Welcome to the Cabarrus County Board of Education January 16th business session. The board has just come out of a closed session. So board members, we will move to 4.01. I need a motion to approve the closed session minutes for December 4th and 11th.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Lindsay, a second by Mr. Floyd. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. We'll move to 4.02. I need a motion to approve the January 16th personnel report.
So moved.
I have a motion by Ms. Lindsay, a second by Mr. Floyd. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
The recommendations have been approved. We will move to 5.01 with our presentation of colors and national anthem. Please stand.
Presenting tonight's colors are members of the Mount Pleasant High School Flying Tigers Air Force JROTC, and their personnel includes Cadet First Lieutenant Mila Everett, Cadet Second Lieutenant Caleb Edinburn, and Cadet Technical Sergeant Rory McEachern.
Detail. Halt. Right. Haste. Present. Arms. Right. Order. Arms. Right. Haste. Forward. Arch.
Honoring America tonight with the playing of our national anthem were members of the Concord Middle School 8th grade band, and their personnel included Yosiani Garcia Cortez, Jayla Sellers, Carmen Vasquez, Emily Mendoza Garcia, Naomi Paisley, Janiyah Walls Alexander, McCarthy Sharp, Jaden Caldwell, Azira Sutton, Sam Holmes, and Sarai Guevara Granillo. The director of the Concord Middle School Band is their 2024 CMS Teacher of the Year, Mr. Alex Knupp. Thank you.
Board members, we will move to 6.01 to adopt our agenda. I need a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Lindsay, a second by Mr. Floyd. Is there any discussion about the agenda, board members? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Opposed? The agenda is adopted. We will move to 7.01 with our Impact Through Education Awards with Mr. Phil Furr. Welcome, Mr. Furr.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kopicki, good evening. Tonight we will present Impact Through Education Awards to students and staff at Royal Oak School of the Arts and Cox Mill High School. Our sponsors for the Impact Awards are our friends at Equitable. At this time, I would like to invite our Equitable representative, Emily Satterley, to join me at the front of the room. Before we get started with the awards, please accept our sincere thanks and gratitude to Equitable for its continued sponsorship of the Impact Through Education Awards. Tonight, we continue our 14th year of honoring those making an impact in our schools with this award. We appreciate your support and thank you for helping us celebrate and recognize deserving students and staff. We also want to say a word of thanks to our Cabarrus Regional Chamber of Commerce and to Concord Trophy Center for providing us with the award plaques each month. Now, on to tonight's awards. May I have the Royal Oak School of the Arts administrative team come forward, please. Our first honoree from Royal Oaks is Emily Pichette Malinky. Emily, please come forward with your family. Emily is a remarkable 7th grade student at Royal Oak School of the Arts who has been selected for this prestigious Impact Through Education Award for her outstanding achievements, exceptional character, and unwavering dedication to both academics and the arts. Emily's passion for art and drawing is evident in her daily life, where she finds joy and inspiration in expressing herself creatively. Her love for artistic pursuits is complemented by a deep appreciation for music. Alongside her artistic endeavors, Emily is an avid enthusiast of gymnastics, showcasing her commitment to a well-balanced lifestyle. As an academically driven student, Emily's love for school is rooted in the engaging arts-integrated lessons and projects that her teachers plan. She appreciates the opportunity to explore and express herself through various creative outlets. Math holds a special place in Emily's heart, and her exceptional grades in this subject are a testament to her hard work and dedication to excellence. She takes immense pride in her achievements, particularly making the All-A honor roll this year. Looking towards the future, Emily aspires to pursue a career in an arts-related field. Not only does Emily excel academically, but she is also a social butterfly who enjoys hanging out with her friends. Her genuine kindness and quiet demeanor make her a beloved presence in the school community. Always ready with a word of encouragement, Emily embodies the values of compassion and support, making her a model student and friend. Congratulations, Emily. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Royal Oak School of the Arts. Our next honoree from Royal Oaks is Luke Schelling. Luke, please come forward with your family. Luke Schelling, an 8th grade student at Royal Oak School of the Arts, is being honored with the prestigious Impact Through Education Award for his outstanding contributions to the school community. Luke's journey through middle school has been marked by an unwavering smile and an infectiously positive attitude, earning him the admiration and respect of both peers and educators. Outside of the classroom, Luke is known for his love of swimming and roller skating, activities that reflect his adventurous and energetic spirit. One quirky aspect of Luke's personality is his self-proclaimed strange obsession with eating blueberries. He just can't get enough. At school, Luke is widely recognized for his compassionate, caring, and kind nature. He goes above and beyond to make a positive difference at Royal Oaks by consistently demonstrating support and care to everyone around him. He genuinely loves coming to school every day, which is not something you can say about most middle schoolers. Among Luke's favorite classes is chorus with Miss Pichette Malinky, where he not only discovered the joy of singing, but also expresses his passion for music. Academically, Luke is a high achiever who takes pride in his excellent grades. His diligence and hard work have allowed him to keep up with the demands of his coursework, showcasing his commitment to academic excellence. In addition to chorus, Luke thrives in his math and science classes and dreams of pursuing a career in health and science, with aspirations of becoming a neurologist. Equally fitting, Luke also envisions himself as a part-time singer, using his musical talents for pure enjoyment. Congratulations, Luke. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Royal Oaks School of the Arts. Congratulations. Also from Royal Oaks is support staff member Christy Foster. Ms. Foster, please come forward with your family. Christy Foster, the esteemed front office secretary at Royal Oaks School of the Arts, stands as the embodiment of dedication and excellence in the field of education and is being recognized with this prestigious Impact Through Education Award. Christy's unwavering commitment to fostering a positive and supportive environment has left an indelible mark on the school community. One of Christy's standout qualities is her remarkable willingness to go above and beyond to assist anyone in need, be it staff, students, or parents. Her genuine desire to help, coupled with a warm and welcoming demeanor, has made her a beloved figure in the Royal Oaks community. Christy is not just a front office secretary, she is a beacon of positivity, greeting everyone with a contagious smile and an ever-present positive attitude. What sets Christy apart is her exceptional ability to multitask effortlessly, making her job seem deceptively easy. Her efficiency and productivity are unparalleled, and she manages to maintain excellent people skills even in the busiest of times. Colleagues and visitors alike are quick to notice her outstanding attention to detail and organizational prowess, ensuring that every task is executed flawlessly. Christy's compassion and kindness extend beyond her daily duties. She has proven time and again to be a problem solver, approaching challenges with a level-headed and solution-oriented mindset. In the midst of chaotic situations, her ability to remain calm and collected has provided a stabilizing force, earning her the admiration and respect of those around her. In honoring Christy Foster with the Impact Through Education Award, Royal Oaks School of the Arts recognizes and celebrates a staff member whose contributions have left an enduring impact on the school's culture. Christy's combination of efficiency, compassion, and unwavering commitment embody the spirit of excellence that this award seeks to honor. Congratulations, Christy. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Royal Oaks School of the Arts. And finally, from Royal Oaks is teacher Jane O'Rourke. Miss O'Rourke, please come forward with your family. Royal Oak School of the Arts proudly presents the Impact Through Education Award to an esteemed third grade teacher, Miss Jane O'Rourke. A beacon of positivity, dedication, and unwavering support, Miss O'Rourke has left an indelible mark on both her students and colleagues. Ms. O'Rourke exemplifies the true spirit of collaboration and camaraderie within the school community. Her willingness to go above and beyond extends not only to her third grade team, but also encompasses the entire school. Whether it's assisting a fellow teacher or contributing to school-wide initiatives, Jane consistently demonstrates a selfless commitment to the well-being and success of her colleagues. One cannot help but notice Miss O'Rourke's infectious smile and unwavering positive attitude, which remains steadfast even in the face of challenges. Her compassionate and caring nature creates an environment where everyone, from students to staff, feels supported and valued. A natural problem solver, Jane tackles obstacles with grace and determination, turning challenges into opportunities for growth. In her classroom, Ms. O'Rourke has crafted a space that is nothing short of magical. The room is a testament to her creativity and functionality, providing a warm and inviting atmosphere where students thrive. Every detail reflects her commitment to fostering an environment that encourages learning, creativity, and most importantly, love. Students under Ms. O'Rourke's guidance not only succeed academically, but also flourish as individuals. In the eyes of her students, Ms. O'Rourke is more than just a teacher. She is a loving mentor who makes teaching look effortless. Her impact goes beyond the academic realm as she instills values, builds character, and nurtures the potential within each child. Jane O'Rourke truly embodies the spirit of the Impact Through Education Award, making a positive and lasting difference in the lives of those fortunate enough to be a part of her classroom community. Royal Oak School of the Arts is honored to celebrate Ms. Jane O'Rourke and her outstanding contributions to education. Congratulations, Jane. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Royal Oak School of the Arts. We will now continue with our January Impact Through Education Awards by welcoming Cox Mill High School. May I have the Cox Mill administrative team come forward, please? Our first honoree from Cox Mill High School is Carlisle Ballantyne. Carly, please come forward with your family. Congratulations. Carly has been involved with various aspects of student life at Cox Mill High School. In her 4 years, from HOSA to DECA, leadership to the cross country and track, she has participated, led, and grown from many opportunities our school has afforded her. In the last 2 years, she has refined her participation to serve our community where she can make the biggest impact. She currently serves as a state officer for North Carolina DECA, and through her travels, conferences, and social media presence, is making Cox Mill's DECA chapter an innovation known across the U.S. and the world. Carly is leaving her mark on the world around her and is very deserving of an Impact Through Education Award. Congratulations, Carly. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Cox Mill High School. Our next honoree from Cox Mill is Tejaswi Sharma. Tejaswi, please come forward with your family. Apart from being a student who stands out for her commitment in class and her high grades, Tajaswi showed authentic motivation and true leadership skills when she contacted school staff to start the Cox Mill High School newspaper. Her personal interest in the press, in writing, and in making a lasting contribution to Cox Mill High School community led to this endeavor. The 22-23 school year was a big challenge for her, as she had to present her project to school administration, convince other students to join her in this new project, and make it come true. Tajaswi has a lot to be proud of. It is rewarding to see young people that have big goals in life and the determination to make them happen. Congratulations, Tajaswi. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Cox Mill High School. Next from Cox Mill is staff member Jennifer Rowlands. Ms. Rowlands, please come forward with your family. Jennifer is an integral part of the Cox Mill community. While much of her work requires time spent in her office and at a computer, she seeks to actively engage with the students and teachers away from her office. She serves by helping students into school from their buses to the classroom and steps in to help support our teachers when they need extra hands in the room, extra eyes, or even extra ears. She is visible in the school building outside of her office, especially on test days where she manages material pickups and drop-offs, logistics, and in general supporting our current testing coordinator. She also coaches our cross-country team and serves as a care manager and first responder backup to our school nurse in case she needs assistance or is off campus. Many of the Cox Mill students have forged trusting relationships with Ms. Rowlands through coaching and other interactions. Students and teachers alike trust her and respect her. She truly makes an impact on the Charger community through her supportive role and nature at Cox Mill High School. Congratulations, Jennifer. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Cox Mill High School. And finally, from Cox Mill is certified staff member Diana Ballesteros. Ms. Ballesteros, please come forward with your family. Ms. Ballesteros has been in charge of the Hispanic Honor Society at Cox Mill for the last 4 years. Apart from sharing her language and culture with the Cox Mill High School community, she created an extraordinary bond with the students taking part in the Spanish Honor Society, helping them develop a strong sense of belonging in the school community. The contributions they have made to the Hispanic community in Concord are invaluable. From singing carols for students in the dual language immersion program in elementary school to tutoring young kids at Puente Hispano to improve their academic skills after school. Ms. Ballesteros set a new challenge for her students. They organized a clothes drive to assist students in situations of vulnerability in Columbia. Their true solidarity spirit was celebrated by the partner organization in Columbia, which acknowledged the efforts and contributions Cox Mill High School students have sent. Congratulations, Diana. You're an Impact Through Education Award winner for Cox Mill High School. This concludes our Impact Awards presentations for tonight. Congratulations to all our recipients, and thanks again to our partners, Equitable and the Cabarrus Chamber of Commerce, for your partnership.
Okay, we will move to 7.02 and our holiday e-card contest winners with Mr. Furr.
Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kopicki, good evening. Tonight we would like to recognize the winners of this year's 13th annual Holiday e-card contest. The Holiday e-card contest is sponsored annually by the Communications Department and allows students from all grade levels to submit entries in one of two categories, traditional and digital. The theme of this year's contest was Merry and Bright. Talented artists from across our district submitted more than 100 entries. 6 winners, one from each category in elementary, middle, and high school, were then chosen by Dr. Kopicki to represent our district on his official holiday communications. At this time, I would like everyone to turn their attention to the screen and take a look at this year's talented artwork. You never have enough holiday spirit, so even in January. At this time, I'd like to ask the winners of this year's e-card contest to please come forward. The winners of this year's e-card contest were announced last month, and they are, in the digital design category, Bristol Calkins from Charles E. Boger Elementary School, no Bristol, Kayla Elsa Shans from Harris Road Middle School, Michelle Zunan Lopez from Concord High School, Ayana Ayer from Hickory Ridge Elementary School, Porter Hanson from C.C. Griffin Middle School, and Emma Willis from Northwest Cabarrus High School.
Sure, yeah. Great. Everybody come together, kind of stand in line in front of me. Dr. Kopicki, you want to file in there? Like right between these guys. All right, here we go. On 3, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Congratulations.
Once again, thanks to everyone that submitted an entry, and congratulations to our winners.
Thank you. We'll move to 7.03 and our Hillbush Ford Teacher of the Month with Dr. Michael Williams. Good evening.
Good evening to you, Madam Chair, board members, Dr. Kopicki, and to our viewing audiences, both here and those watching the live stream. It is my pleasure to recognize our Hillbush Ford Teacher of the Month for January. We always want to begin by expressing our sincere thanks and gratitude to Mr. Tim Vaughn and Hillbush Ford for their tremendous generosity and continued sponsorship of this wonderful recognition program. Our Hillbush Ford Teacher of the Month for January is Courtney McCree, an English kindergarten teacher at Patriot STEM Elementary School. At this time, I'd like to invite Ms. McCree, her family, and the Patriots administrative team that's here to come forward. Tonight, I would like to share the nomination that was submitted by a parent about Ms. McCree. The parent wrote, "Ms. McCree is an incredible educator. She is dedicated to the growth, learning, and comfort of her students. She is highly attuned to their needs and works with them to help grow them where they are. My son has grown in his love of learning under her guidance. She is incredibly communicative with parents, and we could not have asked for a better start in our son's education." Ms. McCree, thank you for the impact you have made to teach, engage, and inspire the students in your classroom. Congratulations on your selection as Cabarrus County Schools Hilbish Ford Teacher of the Month.
Starting down on that end, and then I'll get you back over here.
We'll move to 7.04, our Everyday Hero Award winner with Dr. Jonathan Bowers and Miss Amber Diggins. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Members of the board, Dr. Kopicki, it is once again my pleasure to stand before you tonight and introduce this month's Everyday Hero Award recipient. Sponsored by Great Wolf Lodge, the Everyday Hero Award is intended to acknowledge the outstanding, behind-the-scenes, above-and-beyond work of our operations team members. This award is presented monthly to an exceptional employee within our construction department, within our facilities and maintenance department, our Kids Plus, transportation, or school nutrition. We all know there's great work being done by these employees and many other CCS employees each and every day, and should be recognized publicly. Tonight's winner is Miss Leanne Rash, and I would ask that Miss Leanne Rash and her family or any accompanying guests come down and join us at the front, please. Joining me here at the podium tonight is Miss Amber Diggins, Director of our Kids Plus for Cabarrus County Schools. Ms. Diggins is going to share with you why Ms. Rash was chosen as this month's Everyday Hero Award recipient.
Hi everybody, thank you for allowing us this opportunity. Before I get started, I do want to pass along that Ms. Allen Samansky, the principal at Mount Pleasant, does share her regrets in not being able to attend, as well as the site coordinator for Kids Plus at Mount Pleasant, Ms. Renee Shelton, was not able to attend tonight. So I'm presenting this award on their behalf as well. So Miss Leanne has worked as a group leader for Kids Plus for just over 4 years, but in those short 4 years, she has made such a huge impact on our program. She started out at Weddington Hills, actually, and then moved over to Mount Pleasant. In that time, she has really made a connection with the students and the families that she has worked with. When asked what she loves most about working for Kids Plus, she said, "I love to see the kids' excitement when they come to Kids Plus. The smiles on their faces warms my heart." And she certainly does warm the heart of those that she interacts with as well. Her warm, welcoming smile and ability to connect with the children are so appreciated. She received a multitude of nominations for this honor from both coworkers and parents, and I would like to share just a few excerpts for you. Miss Leanne always goes beyond what's expected of her and is a great asset to our program. She really loves working with children, and you can tell she loves her job. She is a kind and caring person who loves her students. She is a team player, loves working with Kids Plus. She has fun, loves doing crafts, and the kids love her. Miss Leanne is consistent and fair with students in the Kids Plus program. She is an asset to the program. Miss Leanne has been a firm yet loving adult in my son's morning and afternoon routine. He has ADHD and can be a handful, and Miss Leanne uses well-chosen words and guides him to make the best choices every day. Miss Leanne is a great leader, caretaker, and role model for our children in Kids Plus. She is always so kind, loving, and always greets with a smiling face. Kids Plus is blessed to have her with our children, and I second that. Miss Leanne's love for the children and their families and desire to make a positive impact is why we are very happy to announce that she is our January Everyday Hero.
Oh, absolutely. Everybody is in here. Here we go. Thought Keisha was coming down to get in. I have it. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Okay, board members, we will move to the approval of minutes 8.01. I need a motion for the board to approve the open session minutes for December 4th and 11th.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Lindsay, a second by Mr. Treadaway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The minutes are approved as presented. We will move to 9.01 with board chair comments. Tonight, the Cabarrus County Board of Education continues with the critical work to set this school district up for a successful future. I want to again applaud each of you for your dedication and time commitment to this necessary, timely, and critical work needed at this time. Casting a vision for the future takes time, determination, and a willingness to lead with the end in mind. As a board, we have been deeply involved with the long-range realignment study and master build plan for over 12 months. As board members, we each individually and collectively as a body need to keep in mind that our decisions will provide long-range realignment solutions and a master build plan for the district for over the next 10 years. These decisions will be based on data collections and facts concerning our county's projected population growth, our district's projected student growth from 35,000 to 40,000 students by the year 2032, our district's projected facility needs for the next 10 years. The Cabarrus County Board of Education's mission is to provide a world-class education to every student in our county. The board's decision will not only affect the students currently enrolled, but those who have yet to walk onto one of our campuses. We need to keep in mind that these decisions will affect the future success of Cabarrus County schools for many years to come. We will now move to 9.02 with superintendent comments with Dr. John Kopicki.
Thank you. First and foremost, I'd like to begin my comments by thanking the Barber Scotia College organization for having the Martin Luther King celebration yesterday. I was able to attend that celebration along with several board members and can tell you that it was a very well thought out day and presentation, and there was a lot of singing, a lot of dancing, some inspirational speaking, and a reminder to all of us how important the work that Dr. Martin Luther King did during his lifetime. And just to remind everyone of probably one of his most famous quotes that he stated, kind of was driven home yesterday as we shared our thoughts with our community members in the Concord, the Cabarrus County area at Barber Scotia. and to always be mindful that an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And I want to thank them very much for putting on such a wonderful presentation, and it speaks volumes about the commitment of this community to all people that live here, and continue to do what's best for our community and all the people that live here. So I thank them for that. Secondly, I'd like to remind everyone that is that time of year, January, February, where we are going to have inclement weather. And I just want to remind everyone that as the temperatures over the next several days possibly share with us some of the dreary winter signs that we're going to have to deal with, please keep in mind that while we may have to delay school or postpone school, that it's never easy on our parents and our staff, and we understand that, but we want to make sure that we keep safety as the top priority for all of our students in the Cabarrus County school system. So along those lines, as a reminder, the inclement weather information will be communicated as early as possible after any decisions are made. Those communications will be made through our Parent Square notifications and phone calls, social media posts, and our local news media. Weather-related changes may also be found by visiting our district website. And parents, we ask that you please review and update your contact details in PowerSchool to ensure we have the correct email address and phone numbers. If you have any questions about this, please contact the data manager at your child's school. Your contact information is synced directly from PowerSchool into Parent Square. So it's important to update those contact details with your child's school anytime they change to ensure seamless communication. And again, I would ask you to stay connected and stay informed, and we will inform you as soon as we can of any possible weather delays. Then lastly, to be brief, later in tonight's meeting, Cooperative Strategies will present to our board the results of a nearly year-long process that has gone into developing a long-term facilities master plan and realignment scenario. I'd like to take this time to personally thank the members of our district staff who have contributed to this process over the past months by providing relevant data and important insight into our communities. Their hard work behind the scenes has enabled Cooperative Strategies to gather valuable information and produce a solution that will best position us to address our growing community. So again, those significant people that I really want to draw some attention to, you'll see this evening, are Dr. Bowers, Brian Cohn, Tim Lauder, Phil Furr, and Francis Lane. Their work has been astounding throughout this process, and I thank them for their dedication to the process. And very briefly, we will see several presentations that will address some of the issues that we look forward to continuing to do the research and the homework on as we move forward with our realignment process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pickey. Board, we will move to 9.03 with board attorney comments. Is there any comments, Mr. Middlebrooks?
Nothing from me this evening, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board members, we will move to 10.01. Our guest speakers address the board. It is now time for public comment. Each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak, and an individual speaking for a group may be allowed up to 5 minutes at the discretion of the board chair to express interest and concerns related to the official business of the board and school district. The speakers will be called in the order in which we received the request. A person may not be substituted for a speaker, nor may one speaker donate time to another speaker. If a speaker runs out of time, then the speaker may leave the additional information with the board clerk. Statements reasonably perceived to be disruptive or intimately threatening to the orderly operation of the meeting shall not be permitted. Any limitation on public comment shall be viewpoint neutral. The board chair has the authority to rule a speaker out of order. If a speaker or attendee willfully interrupts, disturbs, or disrupts this meeting and refuses to leave after being asked by the board chair, then the speaker may be escorted out and could be arrested for trespassing or disrupting an official meeting. Board members will not respond to individuals who address the board except to request clarification of points made by the presenter. So in the order in which we received our speakers, the first speaker is Mr. Paul Wanish. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening to the board members and Dr. Kopacki. I'm speaking as a steward, if you will, of program choice with regards to realignment activities. I believe your consultants have cooperative strategies has gathered information on current campus enrollment and zone boundary alignment. They've also proposed 3 new bus zone layouts to consider. What they've not seemed to address is what might happen to program choice students, about 10,000 of the 35,000 pupils you have here in the district, nor the impact of the district's growth over the 10 years, the published goals that were presented. From the data I've seen, only current realignment statistics have been presented. I would have hoped to have seen also shown the campus population over the next 2, 5, and 10 years, along with the ethnicity evolution. For program choice, they are missing everything. About all of the public can do at this point is to guess about the program choice from their 3 scenarios and find the kinds of glaring changes that the public might not have caught yet. A few examples that I've seen from scenario C: Harris Middle School with 1,250 pupils and no program choice curriculum would have 283 pupils that would move to Northwest Cabarrus and will be part of the STEM program choice without parent involvement. 403 pupils from the Harold Winkler would move in, leaving their international baccalaureate program. I'll refer to it as IB in the future. From scenario B, J.M. Robinson High School with 1,037 pupils and engineering automation, they will acquire about 200 from West Cabarrus High, who have aviation and international baccalaureate, about 200 from Cox Mill, IT, and lose 150 to Hickory Ridge for hospitality and finance. While all moving pupils for program choice may be granted grandfather clause, they will also have no home transportation from program choice campuses, which is the current policy. My ask is to step up. The board should have program choice zone maps instead of trying to fit them into the zones. Equal educational opportunity for all pupil students is guaranteed by the North Carolina State Constitution, Article 9. The district spends about 8% of its budget for transportation, but the kids spend about 15% of the students' education experience on buses. Only half of the population today uses buses. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the audience to please hold all applause after each speaker. The second speaker is Shauna Filkins.
Can I give you a handout?
Good evening.
Hi, I'm Shauna Filkins, and I'm here with many of my neighbors in the Twin Creeks and Mistywood neighborhoods, which is a tiny little group of houses on the east side of Derrida Road, surrounded by business and airport. We're a really small community. Most of our houses were built in the 80s, so we've been there for 40 years as part of this community. We are currently part of the Cox Mill elementary and high school zone and Winkler middle school district. In all of the current redistricting plans, our small little neighborhood will be peeled off into districts that are about 5 miles away from our current area. We have just 36 homes in our neighborhood. Of those homes right now, only about 20% have school-age children, so we're talking about 12 kids, across multiple grade levels between K and 12. Our community isn't large like Highland Creek and Kristenberry neighborhoods, so we don't always have the biggest voice, but we also don't have the biggest impact in the schools that we attend either because we're so small. Just 2 years ago, our middle school got rezoned from Harris Road to Winkler Middle School. And now here we are again. So our travel distance went from 4.5 miles at 7 minutes to 6 miles at 12 minutes. The current schools of Cox Mill Elementary and Cox Mill High School we are currently zoned for are just half a mile from our house. We're almost literally in the backyard of Cox Mill High School. The elementary school is going from a half mile away to 3 miles away, across a freeway, across an airport. And the worst for us is that move, that high school realignment from Cox Mill, which is half a mile, to J.M. Robinson, which is almost 5 miles away. Sending our neighborhood to those proposed schools would create an adverse impact on our children, our families, and our already taxed bus system. So we're already going to have buses from Cox Mill coming down our road because the districting plan splits Derrida Road right in half. If you were to calculate the additional bus commute times that our children might spend, you'd be adding about 63, almost 64 hours of bus time to their daily, to J.M. Robinson. It'd be 46 additional hours of busing from Carl Fur. This is a large impact on both the bus system and the children riding those buses. As you can imagine, the impact for after-school activities on parents would be quite sizable. One thing to note about our neighborhood, there's no chance for future development. So we are surrounded, like I said, by airport, by commercial, and in fact, we're a shrinking community because the airport has designated part of our Misty Wood neighbors to be kind of included in their very short-term airport expansion plan. So no real growth potential in our area. What's important to note is for children, being able to live, work, and play within their own community fosters a sense of belonging and allows them to build relationships both in and outside of school. For the residents of Twin Creeks, shopping, social activities, after-school jobs, volunteering in our community, all basically happens on the west side of 85. Our kids are easily able to participate in after-school activities because the commute to school is just 10 minutes round trip. Traveling to a school with almost a 30-minute round trip commute will make it really challenging to balance extracurricular activities. As a working parent, it would be devastating to be able to have to tell my child you can't play a sport or join a club because the commute is just too hard to manage and balance with work. The children in our neighborhood can hear the Cox Mill High School football games being called from our yards. We can see the stadium lights from our yards. My 9-year-old daughter, we sit on our back deck on Friday nights and we can hear the band play, and she says, "Mommy, I want to go. She wants to be a part of that band. Her babysitter plays soccer for Cox Mill. She wants to be, and all her camp counselors go to Cox Mill. She wants to be just like them. And of course, I want to tell her she can, but all the redistricting plans will actually separate her from that community. In closing, what we want you to know is we know that we're part of a booming community. We understand that the recent development has put a strain on our schools. These new developments want to be part of a community that our neighborhood has been part of building for 40 years. So we ask you to please keep us with Cox Mill.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Joe Hartzell. Welcome.
Thank you for having me. So 5 years ago, I found myself standing before the school board pleading to keep Beverly Hills open. I told Lee Schumann that Tim Louder had an agenda of closure and that we're just kicking the can down the road. And look, here we are. 5 years ago, the district announced the closure and held a meeting at Beverly Hills, and all the parents' community members were invited. People were informed. Even the news came out to the school multiple times. This time, Dr. Kopicki and his staff have bundled the school's closure within a realignment plan, a plan that set out to solve capacity issues for Concord Mills and Harrisburg. This is pork barrel politics at its finest. A few insiders tacking on their wants while marginally solving a temporary issue. Staff selected a small focus group, posted dates for presentation, had us listen to a 30-minute video while assured us not to engage with board members or staff and just to submit our questions online. Isolating a population and taking away their voice is exactly how totalitarianism works. This is how the previous school board operated, in a vacuum with their own agendas and staff pushing the narrative, and their political careers making precedents over education. This type of policy making is part of the reason why we have a new superintendent, almost all new members on the scoreboard. As a board member, you're going to have to decide whether you're a board of rubber stamping scapegoats for your employees, or if you're going to advocate for the citizens and give vision and instruction to your staff. Your mission is to empower students to build their futures, and I don't see how shutting down a little school will empower anyone. You guys have $1 billion in taxpayer funds to build new schools on your docket, showing me that we need 300 seats. Taking away a perfectly good school just doesn't make sense, nor does it make sense that the school is not suitable for a K through 5 program, but we could repurpose it for exceptional kids or preschool kids, which have been kicked around. If Beverly Hills is in that bad a shape, then tear it down, along with R. Brown McAllister, Coltrane Webb, the Glenn Center, and Mary Frances Wall, as all the buildings are in the same, if not worse shape than Beverly Hills. Realignment goals have always been to open capacity seats with the least amount of disturbance to the students. Getting rid of Beverly Hills does not do that. It takes a high poverty school with resources and an amazing staff away from them. I personally voted for each of you on the school board. I voted for you hoping that you would be different than the previous school board, that you would listen to your citizens and make decisions based on what is best for the people who live, work, and pay taxes in Cabarrus County, specifically our downtown area. I want a school board that is focused on the students, just like you all campaigned, and I want a school board who will fix the problems they saw the previous board have and were so convicted y'all decided to run. I want a board that does not use their position as a stepping stone for a political career. If the staff cannot come up with logical solutions, then maybe it's time to change staff. Everyone in the C-suite has lost vision of what is best. Maybe it's because they'll all be retired in 5 to 8 years. Just look at the construction performance of West Cabarrus, a $77 million project, already over capacity, horribly designed, versus a Beverly Hills, a 70-year school that's operating perfectly. Your decision today will affect decades of students. We've entrusted our kids and the future with you. Do the right thing and keep Beverly Hills open and operating as a K through 5 elementary school. Thank you.
Thank you. Lee Schumann. Mr. Schumann.
Good evening. Thank you for your time and patience again in this most monumental task. As you all are aware, the SOS group has been involved in this over the last 6+ years. It's an ongoing debate on whether we keep Beverly Hills Elementary School. Boards in the past have advocated for these students, community leaders, and citizens have advocated for them. The SOS group is dedicated to doing the same. We provided a new feasibility study for a school on site. We've shown convincingly why an updated district-wide professional feasibility study is needed. We've engaged as requested and sent numerous emails with questions to be answered about the process and the conclusions that were reached from that process. To date, we have not gotten much response from those emails or those engagements. It's now time for the board to engage and advocate for these students too. Community feedback and engagement is constantly sought. Why? I would assume because we want the community as a whole to feel involved in the decisions affecting that very community. How can the community trust our system of government when we don't feel involved, when our questions are stiff-armed, when our involvement is artificially requested? We hope all of that changes tonight. And what about those who have not engaged CCS? Could the process have been done differently to get that elusive engagement and feedback? Maybe alternate ways to reach the highest disadvantaged populations for feedback? Maybe focus groups with only school staff to get their very specific feedback? Children need advocates for what's best for their education, and we hope that you will advocate for them tonight. They need you. They need you to ask questions for them. When we engage with those closest to the situation at hand, the ones closest to our students, we gain remarkable insight. This is evidenced in our own CCS design and construction standards, which are online now as a result of us advocating for it. Page 72 of that PDF has a feedback section in which principals were asked to provide feedback on the elementary school standards. There is only one general comment from all of them, and that comment states, elementary schools should be no bigger than 500 students. Why is that so impactful? Because they believe and know what's best for education. Look, we're not saying you should build 500-seat schools across the county. We know that that's not feasible given all of the constraints. However, that is a goal. It is preferred. We know that students can be successful in larger schools. Students whose families have means to provide outside tutoring, extracurricular activities like music instruction. Students are supported with pre-K education because they have the means. Operational costs are more for smaller schools. But when we talk about those costs as operational, it comes off sterile. Operational costs are the staff that we award every time we have awards here. That staff is inspirational, they're motivational, they're aspirational. Those staff are your operations cost. Those costs are critical to the success of our schools. Beverly Hills Elementary School has been successful at taking kids from here to here. That's because of those operational costs. Because we have a high teacher-student ratio. We have a high teacher-student ratio with school counselors, school nurses, media specialists. As a school of high disadvantaged population, that is what's needed to make those kids successful. That is not a want. It is what is needed for our school system to succeed at all of our higher disadvantaged schools. Is it needed everywhere? No. But it's needed here. That is the equity. That's the equity that we seek. Equity in education results, not the equity of every high school having a turf field. When a small school like this is close to where the children live, it's a win-win. Parents are more involved, absenteeism is minimalized, students are more connected, families are more connected, teachers are more connected, and that's a recipe for success. Beverly Hills should be looked at as a model for success in our school system, not one that's failing, not one to be eliminated. The only thing failing is a boiler and some mechanical and plumbing. That is an easy fix, just like the new roof we just put on it and the HVAC we replaced in August. The difficult part of educating these kids doesn't need fixing. That works perfectly. You have an awesome choice. You can improve the school system and do it better. You can go with the status quo and not get better. And in turn, you fail the kids who need you most. Closing this school, sending those kids 3 times further away to larger schools is not a recipe for success. You'll simply fix the easy problem, which is the building, and wreck the most important thing. The successful environment which these kids are educated in a remarkable way in an appropriately sized school, close to their families, with an incredible staff, and appropriately sized staff.
Thank you, Mr. Schumann. Michelle Morrison. Michelle Morrison.
Members of the Cabarrus County School Board of Education, good evening. I stand before you as a representative of the North of Highway 73 group United Against Rezoning. Our collective voice, expressed through a petition bearing over 700 signatures, echoed our unwavering stance against being rezoned out of Odell Primary, Elementary, and Harris Road Middle School. Despite our initial plea in September, we find ourselves disheartened as we perceive a lack of acknowledgement. While we are granted the option to remain at Odell in 2 scenarios, it's disconcerting that all 3 options force a separation from Harris Road Middle School. The journey has been immensely frustrating for us as parents and community members. Our emails to the board remain unanswered, redirected to an engagement website that provides only vague political responses without addressing our genuine concerns. We acknowledge the possibility of the board leaning towards revised option C, considering its alignment with key metrics and community preferences as indicated by the survey. We appreciate this option for keeping us within Odell schools. However, we urgently request a reconsideration regarding our removal from Harris Road Middle School, as it contradicts all 4 crucial framework metrics. Let's delve into those metrics: proximity, feeder pattern, utilization, and diversity. The board invested $263,000 in high and cooperative strategies. For such an expenditure, we would expect them to have considered more than one parameter to find a key metric. Proximity was strictly gauged by mileage. Drive time, current busing issues, and future road projects affecting traffic were not considered. From my home, Harris Road Middle School is a mere traffic light and a 10-minute drive away. Test runs to Northwest Middle School, the proposed alternative, revealed longer commute times, especially considering potential traffic delays. The absolute best case scenario was 20 minutes with 8 all-green lights and light traffic. Parents have said they sat easily in traffic as long as 40 minutes on that Davidson Highway route. The bus situation exacerbates our concerns. A shortage of bus drivers, over 50 needed countywide, combined with the impracticality of hiring and training enough drivers in time, poses significant challenges. I remind the board that in September we learned that one of the 2 NC-DOT bus driver trainers for our district left, creating an even bigger and longer waiting time for bus driver training. Stories of children waiting 45 minutes for a double bus run and being consistently late to class due to unreliable buses underscore the urgency of considering the practical implications for our community. These issues have left parents scrambling to use car rider lines, causing further issues then in the lines as well. Looking ahead, upcoming road projects, such as the expansion of Highway 73 and Poplar Tent Road, threaten to further disrupt traffic. If it takes 20 to 40 minutes for a single car rider, I can't even fathom the length of time it would take for a bus doing multiple stops, a double run, and full road construction. The impact on our children's commute times, even as car riders, is alarming. Not to mention the fact that there would be a lack of participation from parents in the schools, inability for kids to participate in extracurricular activities, the effects on sleep, ability to do homework, and mental health, and on and on. Moving on to the feeder pattern metric, currently all of Odell feeds into Harris Road. The proposed shift to Northwest Middle School would disrupt the current flow, dividing Odell Elementary students between Harris Road and Northwest Middle Schools. Utilization projections highlight a logical inconsistency. Harris Road Middle School is projected to reach 85.5 utilization with mobile units in 5 years, while Northwest Middle School is forecasted to be 122.5% utilization, already strained and situated in a growing area. There's clearly not a need to move us. Lastly, the move jeopardizes the diversity criterion by eliminating household income diversity within the school. In summary, relocating us from Harris Road to Northwest Middle School contradicts all 4 criteria. We propose a solution: allow us to stay at Harris Road and keep the Highland Creek Cox Mill area at Winkler Middle. That decision was already made 2 years ago. We remind you, the board, of its commitment to avoid repeated rezoning, emphasizing that Cox Mill was just rezoned to Winkler. I would like to remind the board that back during those rezoning meetings, the Director of Transportation did test drives in both areas and said it was the most feasible to make transportation work by moving Cox Mill to Winkler instead of moving our group. Our community has been informed by county commissioners of a future plan for the Northwest area. While not disclosed in Cooperative Strategies presentations, it involves converting the old high school into a middle school, then splitting the current middle and elementary into an elementary and primary like they did for Odell. Our group strongly opposes being part of that plan due to proximity and the rapid growth in both area concerns. We advocate for the construction of new schools that are within our proximity to accommodate that exponential growth. Furthermore, we urge the board to consider grandfathering all children into their current schools until they complete their education at that school, not limited to rising seniors. We understand the inevitability of future rezoning, but hope to shield our children from multiple forced relocations, especially those with IEP and 504 plans thriving in their current support networks. In closing, we implore the board to hear our genuine concerns and reconsider our removal from Harris Road Middle School, ensuring a decision aligned with the well-being for our children, families, and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Julia Hartzell Chisholm.
Hey.
Hello.
My name is Julia Hartzell Chisholm. I live in Beverly Hills. I have a first grade little girl, and I've got twin boys that are headed there for kindergarten next year. My concern is the closure of any Title I school and how it affects students' access to an equitable education. It has barely been 7 weeks since we sat down in high school auditoriums and played a pre-recorded PowerPoint. Advertised as a forum, we were then told we could not ask questions. Considering the board unanimously voted to keep and rebuild Beverly Hills in 2019, this community feels blindsided. Why has school closure been presented as part of realignment? It adds pressure of a deadline that is unnecessarily soon. It dilutes the significant impact a school closure has long-term on its communities and its students. Closing this neighborhood school would place an incredible strain on families just to get their child to school. How is this equitable? Will absenteeism increase as a result? Is there guarantee of staffing buses? This week I saw an advertisement trying to hire more bus drivers. What will be the effects on urban students, teachers, administrators when there's a sudden influx of 230 students at their school? Are we guaranteed the required extra staffing? Will you increase administrative staff, security, counseling, social services? Factors that contribute to Title I school success are lower student-teacher ratios, smaller populations in proximity to schools, and these are the exact things that will be taken away from these kids. What is lost is possibly their only piece of consistency in their lives. Beverly Hills has teachers who stay for years in an era of teacher shortage. Parents who are involved in a location that allows for parents who do not have the margin in time and money to still be able to show up and participate in their child's lives. These students are not being realigned. They are potentially being denied an equitable education by sudden closure of their school. Each of you was voted in your position. Some of you I got to vote for. Each of you were chosen because the people of Cabarrus trust you will represent what we actually want. When we voted for you, we trusted that you would have every child's best interest in mind. And by every child, I especially mean children with less resources and adults that will advocate for them. We have children who walk themselves homes. They're raised by grandparents, ones that don't speak English, ones that can't vote or don't show up to vote, parents who can't be here because they work 2 jobs. The vast majority of parents were completely unaware that the school could close. And I know this because I was the one who told them. I have spent 7 weeks communicating with parents, and none of them know. I'm asking you make the choice that's truly best for all children. If you don't advocate for these children, who will? You have the chance to do what's right. Do not dismantle this community and put students at an increased disadvantage. Rebuild the school. Keep the community intact. Provide teachers and students the best environment for a quality and equitable education. Thank you.
Thank you. Asia Palmer. Ms. Palmer. Sarah Connor. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Sarah Connor. As a Cabarrus County resident, the media specialist at Beverly Hills Elementary School, and the mother of a rising kindergartner, I am here tonight to ask that you reconsider the proposed realignment plans and keep Beverly Hills open. This is my 4th year as the librarian at Beverly Hills, and I can truly say that this place, these students, and this staff enable me to live my dream job. As the librarian, I relate to my students, to our community, to our world through books. So I thought that we would do that tonight. In the little engine that could, a train breaks down and is in need of an engine to carry them to their destination. Several engines come by that on paper should be well suited for the job. The fanciest engine, the fastest engine, the strongest engine, but none will take the train. Finally, a little engine shows up and actually sees the passengers. And while she may not be the newest, fastest, or most fuel efficient, she is eager and excited for the challenge. For those who maybe do not know, Beverly Hills Elementary is a Title I school with 328 students currently enrolled. 58.6% of our student population are minority students, and 68.2% are considered economically disadvantaged. In spite of this, or maybe because of this, our school, being the little engine that can, exceeded growth with a school growth score of 90.7%. This was 6th highest in the district and 2nd highest among elementary schools. Having worked now in 4 schools, each ranging from 328 to 1,000 students, I can say with certainty that I believe our size is the catalyst to our success. Some may see our size as a liability. I see it as one of our greatest assets. We had a new student come to Beverly Hills in September, and during his 2nd visit to the media center, I called his name to answer a question. His response was, "Wait, you remembered my name?" I did, and I do. I know each of my 328 students by name. I know the books they love reading, their interests, their hobbies, and their struggles, because this is what happens in a small neighborhood school. This little school is where students are seen and known. Their needs, both academic, social, and emotional, are met. Their families are actively engaged. Our little school and our little engine of a school works our hardest to move these students up their mountains. The question before our district is, will we invest in small neighborhood schools? Will we continue to value the growth, responsiveness to needs, engaging of minds, and shaping of futures that is taking place in small neighborhood schools? I think we can. I think we can. I know we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Corey Cobble. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Leslie Cobble, and I am proud to be the STEM lab teacher at Beverly Hills STEM Elementary School. I've been teaching at Beverly Hills STEM for 8 wonderful years, which means I was only in my 2nd year at Beverly Hills when we started down the path of potential closure before. I never imagined I'd be standing here again, asking the board to vote against the current realignment plans, all of which include the closure of Beverly Hills STEM. In thinking about what I wanted to say to you all this evening, I ran across a quote that I had read in a book talking about church dynamics of all things. And paraphrasing, the quote said, "The church is not the 4 walls that make up a building. The church is its people. That steepled contraption is just where the church goes to get out of the rain." This made me start thinking about our school. Because right now I feel like we're labeled as an FCI score or a deferred maintenance cost. And friends, that is not what Beverly Hills is. We are not a building. At its heart and its core, Beverly Hills STEM School is a community. We are a diverse, thriving, growing community of learners. We are a growing VEX robotics team, teaching students to collaborate and problem solve. We are a North Carolina Science Olympiad team, encouraging our students to dive deeper into science and engineering topics. We are kindergarten buddies, 4th and 5th grade student leaders that meet with our newest Bulldog students and develop friendships throughout the year. We are gardeners that partner with North Carolina State's Plants for Human Health to grow some of the biggest sweet potatoes I have ever seen. We are habitat builders, partnering with the North Carolina Museum of Natural Sciences, the Cabarrus County Education Foundation, Vulcan, and many other local businesses to create outdoor learning spaces and teach our students how to provide habitats for local wildlife so we can be good stewards of our environment. We are the most incredible parents, grandparents, and guardians that stop by to have lunch with our students and volunteer time and resources whenever there's a need. We are a staff that knows how to grow our students and encourage them to reach their goals. We are a North Carolina STEM School of Distinction model school, which means we implement STEM learning at the highest level for our students. And we even mentor other schools across North Carolina to help them improve STEM learning in their schools. We are not the brick and mortar 4 walls we are being described as. That's just where we go to get out of the rain. Beverly Hills STEM is a community and one that I hope I get to remain part of. Thank you.
Matthew Chisholm. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Matthew Chisholm, and I'm a parent of a 1st grader at Beverly Hills Elementary School. Last month, I addressed the board regarding some concerns that I have with the data collection by cooperative strategies and how that data was being shared. Since that time, staff at CCS have provided much more of this data, and to that I want to say thank you. Still, there are some alarming trends that I've noticed relating to equity and the impact of how this data is being applied for Scenario C and Revised Scenario C. Last night, I emailed a small presentation to the board and Dr. Kubicki highlighting 4 metrics that show trends in disparity for several economically disadvantaged schools. The conclusions of these slides are as follows. 1. Grade A schools are minimally affected by elementary school rezoning, but have a disproportionate voice in survey responses. 2. The largest net change in student enrollment trends towards schools that are more disadvantaged. 3. Schools that are more disadvantaged show a higher FCI index. 4. Schools that are more disadvantaged show a generally more positive trend in the increase of average distance traveled after redistricting. And number 5, Beverly Hills and Wolf Meadow are noticeable outliers in a variety of metrics. I was honestly alarmed to see just how our lowest graded and most disadvantaged elementary schools are bearing more of a burden in redistricting. This is especially true with Beverly Hills and Wolf Meadow, both aging schools that have shown in the recent past they are capable of meeting and exceeding academic growth standards. In 2019, Wolf Meadow was a C school and has now fallen to an F. How will a net addition of some 200 students and an increase of travel distance by half a mile affect the dynamic of that school? Additionally, Wolf Meadow had one of the lowest response rates to the Realignment District Survey. You all have not yet heard the voices of the parents and other stakeholders at that school, and yet they are one of the most impacted elementary schools in the county. Similarly, Beverly Hills has exceeded academic growth for 5 straight years after a brief period of not meeting standards despite having one of the highest FCI indexes in the district. How will closing the school affect student performance? The school is working for students despite its outlier status. Why would you stop something that is working? Grade A elementary schools, on the other hand, are bearing little to none of the burden for redistricting despite being the most economically advantaged schools in the county. Stakeholders linked to these schools submitted over 1,600 responses to the survey, even though the 2 elementary schools, Cox Mill and Odell, will have a net change of 14 students, FCI index under 5%, and a near zero change in distance traveled under Scenario C and Revised Scenario C. This is an alarming disparity, and one that I believe is big enough to necessitate further research into the long-term impacts of redistricting. Disadvantaged students in lowly graded schools are already bearing enough of a burden. It is doubly unfair to add to that load with an inequitable realignment. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Mills. Greg Mills.
Good evening. My name is Greg Mills, and thank you, Board and Dr. Krupicki, for the opportunity to speak to you for a few minutes tonight. The issue that I want to talk to you about is on tonight's agenda. It is the Long-Range Facilities Master Plan. I have some idea what might be presented tonight because it's something that you guys have been working on for a year. It's using the same consulting group that you're using for the Long-Range Realignment Study. While you're planning facility improvements and new buildings, I hope that you will consider a school dedicated to the trades. You've got over 40 different career pathway programs available to Cabarrus County schools. The career and technical education options in this county are great, but you find a lot of difficulty positioning those things so that every student has equal access to them. It's expensive to put a welding program in every single school, and even if you could fund it, you would have difficulty finding the instructors. I'll give credit to a parent at one of Kopicki's community listening sessions in Mount Pleasant. She stood up and she suggested that we have a trade school inside of CCS. You have a similar model that already works. Students who are interested in a career of healthcare can apply to go to the School of Health Sciences, and you have another school that's specializing in technology. There is huge demand for skilled workers in the trades, and students who aren't interested in college could step into lucrative careers in construction and manufacturing if you were committed to supporting them and equipping them for those roles. I'm looking forward to Dr. Bauer's presentation tonight. If a school for the trades is not in the current plan, I hope that this suggestion will begin the public discussion about the possibilities and opportunities that would arise from that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we'll move to 11.01, committee reports. Are there any committee reports, board members? Okay, hearing none, we will move to 11.02 with Cooperative Strategies Long-Range District Realignment Findings with Dr. Jonathan Bowers and Mr. Justin Rich. Welcome.
Thank you once again, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Kopicki. It's hard to believe it was just about a year ago when we were first introduced to Mr. Rich and his team from Cooperative Strategies. Here we are tonight, and Mr. Rich has returned, and he'll be providing a final summary on the long-range district realignment study. He'll also tonight be able to detail the work that has been done by his team throughout this process. His presentation will include a brief review of the firm's findings, the framework criteria for boundary options, maps and boundary scenarios, data analyses, and then ultimately a recommendation for which boundary option Cooperative Strategy believes that Cabarrus County is best positioned to adopt moving forward. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Rich.
Good evening. Nice to be with you all again. Hard to imagine it has been almost an entire year since we started the facilities master plan. I'm proud of the work that's been done, and I'm excited to be able to share this information with you all tonight. Just before we start, the foundation for the realignment study has been, number one, the process that was designed to make sure that we adequately analyze, digest the information. It's a large amount of data that we were going through, and also to provide an opportunity for community input. So that was really key, and the process was designed to incorporate that. Number two, I want to just talk about the framework that was used to assess and compare these various conceptual scenarios amongst each other. So starting off with the process, I'm bringing back this timeline slide that we shared with you from the outset, and we're at the end of that now. So just as a reminder, and I know it's been talked about in the comments so far, the process started with that facility master plan update. Really the importance of that was to make sure that any future facility decisions were incorporated into those boundary options, so that we weren't duplicating, creating situations where students were moved more than once. The facilities master plan update ran from March until September, and then the realignment process started in August. We had an internal redistricting committee comprised of the district leadership team and folks within different departments. We had 7 meetings from August to from August until January. And then focus groups started, comprised of community stakeholders. We had 5 meetings from September until January. Just as a reminder, we had 4 community meetings in November, and tonight will be the 7th board meeting that we've been talking about, not only the facility master plan update, but then also boundary alignment. In terms of the framework, this framework is really a guide for evaluating scenarios, and it's based on the input that we've received throughout the process. The table highlights a couple of things: the relevance of the criteria and why that's important for this process, various related issues that sometimes can be combined together. For instance, proximity might incorporate things like walkability and transportation, the distance traveled. And finally, the metric that was used in order to be able to analyze that data. So just to run through that quickly, the 4 criteria that we've used are balanced utilization, school level feeder patterns, proximity, and diversity. For balanced utilization, the importance of that is just given the substantial growth that the district has experienced over time and will continue to. Alleviating overcrowding. Related to that is the safety and security of students, making sure that there's equitable spaces for programs, resources, etc. The metric that we used for that is the percent utilization. In terms of school level feeder patterns, this refers to avoiding those situations where there's small groups of students that feed into different schools at the next level. That can be isolating, it can be difficult when we're talking about those transitions. The importance and the relevance of that is really maintaining those social and support networks with larger groups of students. The way that we calculated that was based on the percent of students that split from elementary, middle, and high. Proximity, again, the relevance of that is trying to minimize travel time, trying to keep neighborhood continuity. Also, that fosters engagement at the school site. The metric that was used was average distance traveled to school. And then finally, diversity. The importance of that is having schools that mirror county demographics as much as possible. The way that we measured that, there were 3 diversity factors that we calculated: average household income, language spoken at home, and educational attainment. That data was based on data gathered by the census. I'm just going to bring back this 5-year utilization chart because I think it helps frame the challenge that we have. On this slide, this highlights the current utilization based on both design capacity, which is something we talked a lot about during the facility master plan update, and also when we account for mobile units, which is your current situation. It looks at that based on current enrollment and calculates the utilization rates based on current enrollment for both design capacity and also capacity with mobile units. And then it looks out 5 years. And I think just a couple of key things is that currently there are 4 schools that are over 100% utilized, not including R. Brown McAllister because that facility project's underway. And in 5 years, there's going to be 7 schools that are over 100%. So the challenge is clear from that standpoint. Again, when we look at middle and high schools, currently there are no middle schools that are over capacity based on having mobile units. In 5 years, there will be 4 middle schools. At the high school level, there's currently 2 high schools that are over 100%, and there will be a 3rd high school 5 years from now. So looking at the 3 different conceptual scenarios that we have for you tonight, starting off with conceptual scenario A, and if I can just grossly generalize this, I think the focus of this scenario was to make small changes to alleviate overcrowding. I think it was a more targeted scenario, and to try to align feeder patterns. All the maps that I'm showing you, just to make sure that you can navigate the information that's on there, each map has colors, and those represent the assigned areas under conceptual scenario A. The black lines show the current boundaries so that you can cross-reference those. And just to make it really clear what areas are proposed to be reassigned, there's red hatched lines as well, just to draw attention to that. In scenario A, we've listed the schools that would have areas reassigned to another school. There are 6 elementaries that had portions of their school. That includes Beverly Hills, Weddington Hills, W.M. Irvin, Wolf Meadow, Patriots, and Bethel. At the middle school level, the maps follow that same format, just in terms of colors represent the proposed boundaries. The black lines show you what the current boundaries are, and then the red hatched areas show you what areas are proposed to be reassigned. In scenario A for middle schools, 7 of the 9 middle schools would have areas reassigned, the exceptions being Mount Pleasant and Concord Middle Schools. For the high school level, for conceptual scenario A, there are 4 high schools that would have areas reassigned. That includes Cox Mill, J.M. Robinson, Northwest Cabarrus, and West Cabarrus. When we look at feeder patterns, conceptual scenario A, just to make sure that this makes sense, the gray boxes represent the high schools, for each one of the high schools. And then underneath those, there are green boxes representing the middle schools. Underneath that, there's the yellow boxes representing the elementary schools that feed in there. If you were to follow that right down, you'd be able to see which elementary schools feed into that middle school and high school. We've also included the percentage splits there so you can see how those students go from one school level to the next. The darker colors represent those instances where the school feeds entirely into the next middle school and high school at the elementary school level, and then same thing for the middle school level. Dark green boxes represent fully 100% feeding into one high school. So scenario A increases the number of elementary schools feeding 100% into a single middle school and high school. This would be 9 elementary schools as opposed to 6 elementary schools currently. It would also add 1 additional middle school that would feed entirely into one high school. Scenario B, there were 16 elementary schools that would have areas reassigned. Really the focus, again, just the generalization here, was to balance utilization, and that was the primary factor, to just balance that across all of the schools within the district, and make those roughly the same for each and every school based on their school level. At the middle school level, again, 7 of the 9 middle schools had areas that would be reassigned, the exceptions being Concord Middle and C.C. Griffin Middle. At the high school level, 6 of the 8 high schools would have areas reassigned. Central, Cabarrus, and Concord high schools would not have any areas reassigned. From a feeder pattern perspective, as is probably apparent just from looking at the graphic here, it made things a little bit more complicated and reduced the number of schools that would feed entirely into a middle school or entirely into the next high school. There are only now 4 elementaries as opposed to 6 currently, and then 1 less middle school to just be 1 middle school that feeds entirely into the next level. For conceptual scenario C revised, the focus of this one, again, just generally speaking, is to accommodate future growth with an eye towards the recognition that the facility master plan identified new schools to be built. So looking at those areas and making sure that if there's going to be a school built or planned in that area, that we're not reassigning students in those areas because they're likely to be reassigned in the near future. It also looks at trying to align feeder patterns, and again, I think looks at managing that future growth. Under conceptual scenario C revised, there's 13 elementary schools where areas would be reassigned. It's important to note that there's one small change from scenario C that represents about 38 students in 2 planning blocks. Where previously they would have been going from Weddington Hills to Wolf Meadows. We just took those out and kept those students at where they're currently at, which is Weddington Hills. So that's the only change in scenario C and scenario C revised. At the middle school level, there would be 7 of 9 middle schools that would have areas reassigned. Concord and Hickory Ridge middle schools would not have any areas reassigned. At the high school level, 5 of the 8 high schools would have areas reassigned. That includes Cox Mill, J.M. Robinson, Mount Pleasant, Northwest, and West Cabarrus high schools. From a feeder pattern perspective, there is a good increase here where there's 9 elementary schools that would feed entirely into a single middle school and a single high school. That's up from 6 currently, and the more dramatic difference is 7 middle schools would feed entirely into a single high school, up from 2 currently. So now that we've kind of talked about the big picture for those scenarios, we want to dive into the data a little bit more here. On this slide, we show the number of students that would be impacted by scenario and by school level. Scenario A would impact a total of about 3,000 students. Scenario B would impact roughly 5,800 students, and scenario C would impact just under 4,000 students. We've provided an enrollment comparison so that you can look at how enrollment changes and compare that to current enrollment for each one of the scenarios, and that's listed on this slide as well as the following slide. We also have information both in the supplemental packet that we've provided and also here just to highlight what that equates to in terms of utilization, which I think is ultimately what's most important when we're looking at the existing capacity. Just to summarize that, we've prepared a table here that categorizes utilization in 3 different ways. Those schools that are less than 80%, meaning that there's quite a bit more room for them to be able to fill up. those that are in our ideal range of 80 to 100%, and then those schools that are over 100%. We've taken that information and showed where those, how those schools break down for each one of the scenarios. We've shaded them green in those cases where that's an improvement, but that's important to just be able to kind of explain. The more schools that are in that 80 to 100% range, or that ideal range, the better. The fewer the schools that are in that below 80% or above 100%, better. So that's why you'll see green, even though there's increases or decreases. Just again, if they're moving towards that ideal, that's good. If they're moving away from less than 80% and above 100%, that's also good. So scenario A shows that there are now 6 schools that, just for instance, that are less than 80%. That's down from 10 schools currently. There are now 10 schools that are in that ideal range of 80 to 100%. There are 3 schools that are greater than 100%, so that's actually just the same as before. And so on and so forth for each one of the scenarios, and then broken down by school level as well. In terms of that proximity criteria that we've been talking about, we reviewed the percentage of students in each one of the scenarios, and also based on current boundaries, that attend their closest school. And we think this is important because as students are moving around, we don't want to lose sight of how many students are able to attend their closest school, and we develop these percentages based on that. So this table shows, based on the current boundary, there's 74.2% of students currently at the elementary school level attend their closest school. For scenario A, that increases by 1.4%. For scenario B, that goes down by 1%. And then for scenario C, it goes up slightly by 0.4%. Overall, we show the change there. So for scenario A, there are 5 elementary schools that increase that percentage of students that they're serving, and then 4 schools decrease. Scenario B, there's 7 schools that increase and 11 schools that decrease. And then scenario C revised, there's 4 schools that increase that percentage and 12 schools that decrease that percentage. Even though that's the case where there may be more schools that are decreasing, there's larger gains that help offset that. So I just want to point that out. Similarly, at the middle school level, the current boundaries, there's 70.4% of students attend their closest school. That goes down in scenario A by about 5%. It goes down by about 2.5% in scenario B, and it goes up by 0.6% in scenario C revised. At the high school level, the current average is 77.2%. That goes down for both scenario A and B. It goes up just slightly for scenario C revised. In terms of average distance traveled, we calculated, again, using our geographic information system, calculated the distance to each school for each student, and we compiled that. And then based on changes that were made, we were able to calculate what that average distance using the road network within Cabarrus County would yield. So currently at the elementary school level, the average is 2.74 miles traveled. And in scenario A, that goes down just slightly to 2.73. It goes up in scenario B to 2.88. And then it goes down, again, just slightly to 2.70 in scenario C revised. At the middle school level, 3.87 is the current average. That goes up in both scenarios A and B. It goes down slightly in scenario C revised to 3.82 miles. At the high school level, 3.71 is the current average that high school students travel. That stays the same for scenario A at 3.71. It goes up in scenario B, and then it goes down in scenario C revised. In terms of the diversity factors that we've been looking at, again, we've used that color coding just to make it a little bit easier when you're looking at all these numbers to be able to see what they mean. And so green shows that shows the number of schools that are moving closer to the average for each one of the school levels. and red shows those schools that are moving further away from the district average. So that's all broken out there. For household income, the elementary school average is $107,066. At the middle school level, that's $108,789. At the high school level, $107,768. And again, we have those schools that are either moving closer to the district average or further away, broken out there by school level and by scenario. For language other than English that's spoken at home, at the elementary school level, that average is 16.08%. At the middle school level, it's 16.45%. At the high school level, 16.1%. Again, the number of schools either moving closer to the average or further away from the average are highlighted there. And then finally, the educational attainment based on the 8-point scale that we've shared with you previously. At the elementary school level, that average is 3.63. Middle schools, the average is 3.65, and high schools, 3.63. I'm going to pivot now to the survey results and the portion of the process that was devoted to community outreach. Just as a reminder, the survey opened before the community meetings on November 27th, and then it closed roughly 3 weeks later on December 17th. In total, there were 3,216 total responses. We've just plotted those by day so that you can see sort of the ebb and flow of those folks that were filling out surveys. For each scenario, we asked respondents to indicate their level of support. The combined support for scenario A, when we combine those very supportive and supportive categories together, was 48%. The combined unsupportive and very unsupportive categories was 43%. For scenario B, the combined support was 24%, and the combined unsupportive, very unsupportive was 68%. For conceptual scenario C, the combined support was just about 59%, and the combined unsupportive was just about 34%. When we dove a little deeper into some of the open-ended questions that were asked and allowed respondents to be able to leave whatever feedback and input that they had, we categorized those based on hearing some of the same themes and topical things over and over. Some of the major themes, and we've highlighted the top 10 here. I'll note that we did exclude those where they were talking about general support for the scenario because we thought that was captured in the other results. And so we've just focused in on those themes that highlight some of the other concerns outside of whether or not they just supported that category. There's also other sort of more generally responses that didn't really fit into one category neatly. So those themes were opposition and or concern about rezoning in general. There was comments related to the distance traveled to school. Certainly school closure of Beverly Hills came up quite a bit. The commute time as a result of these changes, the academic impact for affected students, the social and or emotional impact as a result of reassignment. Overcrowding at schools was a concern. The implementation process more, I think, suggestions on how to handle that. The impact on special programs, namely magnet programs, STEM programs, special education, and then finally busing, the length of bus rides. Additionally, as you know, the CCS Engage page had a lot of information there and also allowed folks to either ask questions or leave feedback. And those topics are shown here, going from general process and proximity up at the top down to comments about utilization. The internal redistricting committee, there were 7 internal redistricting committee meetings. Again, those occurred from August through January. This was an opportunity to make sure that those internal stakeholders, the various folks from different departments, could weigh in and provide some of the expertise, knowing how this is going to play out, what the different challenges might be, different things that we should be looking at. And this was an opportunity to be able to tap into their perspective, their experience, to try and understand this issue holistically. I will note that major themes that came from those meetings included concern about program choice and the timelines and the impacts that would happen as a result of realignment. There were questions about, is there adequate capacity to be able to do these sorts of realignments, but then at the same time keep program choice where they are? The answer to that is yes, and we've incorporated that into our analysis. There was questions about transportation impacts, and we spent a lot of time talking about that and working with the transportation department to try and understand those situations where perhaps we were creating more of a burden. And so we got good feedback from those transportation folks. We talked a lot about the impacts from socioeconomic shifts, what that might mean for Title I funding, what that does when you have lower socioeconomics or higher, and that puts a given school either into a Title I category or out of it. So we spent some time talking about that. And then towards the end, we really wrapped up with when this is implemented, what's the communication strategy for talking with impacted students and families? And then later, what are the sorts of impacts that come from certain exemptions, whether it's for rising students that might be entering their last year at a given school, and those sorts of things. For focus groups, these were comprised mostly of parents and community stakeholders. We had 5 meetings, and I will note that there were 2 different focus groups, both of about 15 to 20 participants in each. Those meetings were held from October through January, and similarly, we were looking to get information and feedback from them to understand what were their reactions to the information that we were presenting, and then later the scenarios that we were presenting. Major themes that we heard regarding boundaries and the scenarios had to do with travel times, distance traveled, and bus transportation. Certainly preferences for attending their closest schools. Concern regarding multiple reassignments of students and prior boundary changes. Concern regarding future growth and the need for new facilities and wanting to know when that was coming. Really the importance of diversity and making sure we weren't losing sight of that in all of this conversation. Concern about special education and program choice options just generally, and then support for conceptual scenarios. What we heard from them was, I think mirrored what we saw in the community surveys. Not a lot of support for scenario B, some support for scenario A, but more support for conceptual scenario C. So, when we throw all of that information at you, I'm sure it's easy to get lost in all of that. So working with district staff on this to try and condense this in a way that's more accessible, we've put together these tables to help go through each one of the criteria and show how a given scenario is responsive or non-responsive to that. Although total students impacted was not a criteria specifically, I do think that's something that we heard a lot about. We don't want to just impact students for the sake of impacting students. It really, we should keep an eye on that. What is the impact to kids at each one of the school levels? So we've totaled that here. What that shows is scenario A has the fewest number of students that are impacted, scenario B has the highest, and scenario C revised is closer to scenario A, but is somewhere in the middle. Based on utilization with mobile units, all 3 of the scenarios made progress in moving into that ideal category of 80 to 100%, and then moving away from those categories that are either over 100% or under 80%. I think the long story short there is, again, sort of spreading out that utilization better throughout the district. In terms of feeder patterns, scenario A increased the number of elementary schools and middle schools that feed entirely into the next school level. That was not the case for scenario B. Again, you'll recall that really just impacted all the schools across the district, and there wasn't really a focus on maintaining feeder patterns. Based on proximity, being assigned to the closest school, scenario A, that increased for the elementary school level while it decreased for the middle school and high school levels, the percentage of students, I should say. Scenario B decreased the percentage of students that would be assigned to their closest school in each school level. And then scenario C revised the proximity, the percent, that are assigned to their closest school increased for each one of the school levels. Also, the average distance traveled for scenario A, that decreased for the elementary school level. It increased for the middle school level and stayed the same for the high school level. Scenario B, for elementary, middle, and high, all of those distances increased relative to what's current. And then scenario C revised, all three school levels had reductions in the average distance traveled for each one of the school levels. And then just continuing that comparison, when we look at the diversity factors, for language other than English spoken at home, for scenario A, there were 15 that moved closer to the district average. There were 9 that moved farther away, 12 that had no change. When we look at that just on the net, that means there was 6 that moved closer to the district average net over net. For scenario B, that net change was 3 that were closer to the district average. And then for scenario C revised, that net change, there were 6 closer to the district average. In terms of educational attainment, looking at scenario A, the net change were that there were 8 schools that were further away from the district average. Scenario B, there were 3 that were further from the district average. Scenario C revised, there were 7 that were closer to the district average. And then in terms of average household income, the net change for scenario A was there were 8 that were further away from the district average. Scenario B, there were 7 further from the district average. Scenario C revised, there were 9 that were closer to the district average. That brings me to the end of this presentation. In terms of cooperative strategies and our analysis, and the way that I look at this, my recommendation is for the district to adopt scenario C revised, given that it checks all of the boxes. When we look at it, by far and away, when we break it down into those different criteria, it's responsive to virtually everyone. In my opinion, it does a better job of managing your future growth from an outside perspective. I think that's one of the biggest things that you folks are all facing over the next 5 to 10 years, providing enough seats for the current students and for students that come from future residential units. And I think this is most aligned with the facility master plan. That's all I have, and I'll pause for questions.
Any questions, any discussion, board members? Ms. Escobar?
Thank you for the information and for all the work. On slide 26, can you just clarify distance travel or travel time? Are you and the reason why I'm saying this is because we now have an app with the bus, and I was guilty of waking up my child and saying, oh my gosh, the bus is a mile away. But it is a mile away if you were a bird and could fly to our house, but not if you drive all the roads or whatever.
Yeah.
So it was really like 10 minutes. So with all the stops along the way. So when you say that, what do you mean by distance, and how was that calculated? And did you work with our transportation people?
Yes, we did work with your transportation team. That's really a separate thing. Distance traveled is different than how long you're going to be riding on a bus. That depends on route, depends on, there's a lot of different things that. So yes, we worked in concert with them to understand, are we creating worse situations which in our current environment with bus driver shortages and all the other things, that was sort of a non-starter. We can't make this more difficult than it currently is. So there should ultimately be benefits to this realignment. And so yes, we worked with them on that. So this distance traveled to school is based on a single student and knowing where that student lives and calculating the distance that it would take them using the Cabarrus County road network. How long would it take them to get to their school, just in terms of distance traveled? Just the how far is that away from them? Not as the crow flies, not as cutting through somebody's backyard and, you know, hopping the fence. This is from them using the existing road network. How far is that? And we calculated that for each and every student based on the scenario. If they're assigned to one school or another school, we were able to recalculate that, and then that's why you see those differences in that.
And then on the next slide, slide 27, again, just clarifying terms here, is understanding the average home income. What do you mean by that? And then also for the educational attainment, also explain that. What are we looking at? Are we looking at test scores? Are we looking at, because I'm hearing the Title I stuff.
Sure. No, thank you. Those are important clarifications. That's information we've shared before, and there's more detail I haven't included in this presentation. But the average household income is taken based on the division of the census that conducts the American Community Survey. We look at the census block group, and based on where students live, we know certain information about them. We know the number of households and the income for that census block group as a whole. So we take that information in the average, since we are not allowed under North Carolina state law to know exactly what socioeconomic status in terms of free and reduced lunch status or direct certification. So we had to come up with another way to understand, what does this mean to those homes, to those families that are economically disadvantaged. So what we do is we find out what the average household income is by calculating that on a census block group basis, and then assigning that value to each student. We understand that that doesn't perfectly capture it. It would be much easier to have student level data, but since we didn't want to take our eye off the ball, we needed to look at other things. In terms of educational attainment, what we did is we came up with an 8-point scale, because we understand that there's various categories of in the home, what's the highest level achieved. So one would be some high school education, but no diploma or GED. 8 being you have a PhD and everything in between. That refers to it. So again, we took that same method of taking that at the census block group level, and then applying that to each and every student that was within that census block group, and then seeing how that changed based on reassignment of students. Yep.
Ms. Lindsay?
Thank you for the presentation. I just have so does Cooperative Strategies typically recommend districts to hire a feasibility study by someone else that would be a professional firm prior to redistricting?
I think it depends on the circumstances. I think most school districts that we work with, and just to make sure that I'm understanding, feasibility study meaning what we've done here with boundaries. Is that inclusive of the master plan, or?
Well, it would be, so I know that we have the master plan that is going to be presented to us now, but my question is, before we do all of this, is it typical to hire a different study that are experts on feasibility prior to the redistricting by a professional that would do that?
I know of very few school districts that do that on their own. Certainly there are some large school districts that have staff and the ability to do that, but more often than not, an outside firm will do the analysis and help to facilitate the process in order to get to a decision. And partially, I think that's done not only from the expertise perspective and just the technical capability to do it, but because some impartiality when you're gathering that data and then presenting it.
Okay. And then the other one is just, you know, as I was listening to some of the diversity factors, I just thought, you know, educational attainment isn't always a disadvantage. I think that as we've realized certain things that colleges have started to do with kids in our society, a lot of kids are electing not to go to college, not as a disadvantage, but as a choice. And of course, going to trade school is a lot cheaper than going to college as well. And so I'm not really sure that using that as a diversity factor as far as disadvantage would be concerned is necessarily. I'm just and this kind of just popped into my head as I was listening to all of this again. And to be frank with you, I mean, we've listened to it multiple times, but it wasn't until just now that I thought, you know, is that really a disadvantage? I mean, I didn't graduate from college, and I don't consider that a disadvantage. Actually, I'm pretty proud of that because I've done pretty well without having to do that. So that was just I understand that there's certain information that we're not allowed to get, and probably rightfully so.
Yep.
But I do think that educational attainment, I don't know. It might not be the best way to decide on diversity.
I think what we also saw is that there's not a direct relationship between these three factors. And that sometimes, like, let's talk about language other than English spoken at home. Certainly, there are some communities and groups where they may not speak English at home, but they're very high performing. And so I think you're right. I think that none of these in a vacuum are going to explain the situation. And I think it's relevant information just for background. Absent that student level data, we wanted to make sure that we were paying proper attention and respect to how important diversity is in this community. And it doesn't just boil down to dollars and cents and household income, right? There's other things too that should be looked at, and that's, I think, why it's presented. But I agree, I don't think you can totally base your decision just based on educational attainment or language spoken at home or average household income. That doesn't tell the whole story. So I think more information is better to have, but I agree. There are flaws in any of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Ms. Sandage?
Hey, thanks for the presentation.
You bet.
So, as you got towards the end of gathering all the data and putting that into a nice, pretty package, which is A, B, and C, what did you learn from those community meetings that changed something? Can you be specific in that?
Yeah. We heard, I think similarly, you know, I'll just go back to this slide from the surveys, that I think these are the sorts of topics that we heard. It wasn't that different from, you know, what was heard at those community meetings. I think generally people didn't want rezoning. Just leave our kids where they are. Certainly we heard those types of things. I think the concern about Beverly Hills, certainly we heard that loud and clear. What I was surprised by, both in our focus groups and I think when you look through the comments, there were people that were being reassigned at different school levels that were excited about that because they said, our current circumstances, we're traveling so far and we don't think it makes sense. So there was support for the other way as well. And I think that was relevant, and certainly that was, you know, I think we heard from both sides, and that's not, I think that's to be expected. So those, I think, were the things that we heard.
And what changed?
Changed in the scenarios?
Correct.
Yeah, we actually did not change the scenario other than scenario C revised in just those two planning blocks. We did not make any other changes to the scenarios.
Thanks for clarifying that
Yep.
for me. You probably may or may not know this, but I'm a licensed clinical social worker. So what matters to me is the social and emotional impacts on redistricting, especially for children in elementary school, right? So, and you may or may not have this answer. What do you tell that elementary school student, that K through third grader, to help them, understand and put this into perspective? What does that parent tell their child when we're looking and thinking about rezoning children?
Yeah, I think back to my childhood and what I had to endure as well, and hopping on a bus and driving very far away because there wasn't sufficient capacity. And the kids that lived in my neighborhood, I wasn't able to go to that same school. I think that is challenging when there's not enough to be able to, for you to be able to go to school with your peers and those kids that are around you because of planning decisions that weren't made. I think that's what I would tell them, is that we're making sure that there's space for you and those that live within your community there to be able to attend. And I know that's tough, and not every kid's gonna grasp that. I also think that absent any change at all, just looking at this, the growth that Cabarrus County is facing, there is going to be more changes. And if it's pocket realignments here and there, that could cause even further difficulties. And then I would just say, looking at feeder patterns, I think that's also why that's important. Looking at students being able to attend the next level with students that they've developed those bonds with.
Can you remind us about implementation? I'm trying to understand, and if I'm not mistaken, this is for the 24-25 school year. Am I saying that right?
That's correct.
So can you help me understand implementation then as opposed to another year? Like, how do you come up with that determination?
I will just note that we did not make that determination on when it would take effect. I think that because of the change to R. Brown McAllister, there needs to be changes to those attendance boundaries. Otherwise, you have a school that's only partially filled despite that investment that's been made. So that was the impetus for the 24-25 school year.
So that was not your recommendation as for a start date?
No,
that
okay. Was when we were contracted, that was what our understanding is going to this project, that there is 2024-25 school boundaries that need to be adjusted in order for R. Brown McAllister.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you experienced a redistrict before, or has your family been redistricted before?
No, I have not personally, no.
Okay, thanks for sharing that with us.
Yeah.
I think that's all of my questions. Thank you for your presentation again.
Yeah.
Mr. Walter?
Okay, again, thanks for coming, Just appreciate
Yeah.
the work that's put into it. And then we finally, I guess today is the first time we actually have a recommendation. We've seen these scenarios for a while, but this is the first time you're making the recommendation. And it's you've got a scenario A, a scenario B, and a scenario C. There's actually 9 different things for us to consider. It's not, you can't pick A for elementary school, B for middle, or C for high. You're not recommending that.
I am not recommending that.
And then that gets complicated on the whole, cart before the horse part about closing the school in all your scenarios.
Yep.
So if we, as a board, decided not to close the school, how long does it take you? How does that affect these scenarios, and how long does it take you to come up with an alternate?
Yeah, I think it's just going back to the drawing board and seeing in those areas that are affected, how might you deal with balancing those out when necessary. I don't think it's as simple as that. I think it's more involved than just taking that off the table. But I do think
right, because there's a domino effect on everything.
Yep,
everything that you're doing, and that would take some time to figure
That's right.
that out, especially running through all these different scenarios.
Yep.
And I think the key here, and the whole reason we started this thing is utilization, is to make sure that our schools are properly utilized. And then all these scenarios and all these evaluation tools are to try to help which scenario works, and to analyze these scenarios. And I get that. I just think it's more complicated than that. I've been through a number of redistrictings, and they're not that simple as we presented it. I understand what we're doing. We have an optional scenario, but it's got holes in it too. It's not great. It's got issues too. And the one that I would point out that just shoots off the chart to me would be on slide 6. All right, so we have Concord Middle School, and we have a projection
of it being currently 47% at capacity, and then 10 years or 5 years from now, 27%. And yet the scenario doesn't address any of that. Doesn't adjust any of that. It talks about lowering some of the schools from being 100, but it doesn't talk about a school that's got 300 students that has a capacity of 1,268. That's, so there are holes here, is one of my points. And the other point is, now I've lost my train of thought, but we've had people speak today, and they brought up a lot of different issues that are, they want to feel heard, and we want to acknowledge that. Let's run a scenario on what their proposal is and see what that turns out to be. Would have been my thought to do. But anyway, I'm just thinking that this is a tough decision to make. There's not a good, perfect answer because it's a snapshot in time. I mean, our last company, they were 1,000 students off of their 5-year projections. So it's just a snapshot. It's what our best estimate is going to be. There's a lot of building here in Cabarrus County, and that's going to continue. And then the other last part was, I appreciate you trying to take into consideration, future growth and where we don't know specifically where the schools are going to go. So when a school opens up, we got to fill the school, so people are going to get moved twice anyway. But we need to really know where those are. We don't have that, or at least we haven't been presented with that yet. So my point is, I think we really need to take our time, evaluate what you presented here. I think you said you have supplemental material, right? Where do we find that, or is that can the public see that? Is that?
Yeah, it's on the board agenda.
Because some of that stuff on, I guess your from last year, you were going to give us a 10-year enrollment projections for school and per grade. You're going to give us attendance per bounding areas, enrollments projected by, I think it was grade, district-wide as well. I haven't seen those either. So, I would assume that's in your somewhere, because you're going to need that to make some of these decisions. So, again, I do appreciate the work that's been done, but I still think we still have some evaluation to do before the right decision can be made.
Mr. Floyd?
Thank you. I echo a lot of that. This is a very, very important, obviously, decision to make, and it's not taken lightly. And I think it's important people see that we're not taking it lightly and putting time into it. The only thing I'll add to that Rob didn't ask about that I'm curious to hear addressed. There have been a couple emails and there are a couple speakers tonight that mentioned survey data and maybe a disparity there. Can you talk about how we engaged to get people to survey, who did survey, what do we do to make sure that was as fair as we can get for engagement from the community?
Yeah, no, I think that's a great question, and certainly through the community meeting process, that's right when the survey opened, and we did whatever we could to let folks know about that. I also know that Mr. Furr, through the district's community outreach, put out a number of different alerts just to let people know that the district wanted that input and that feedback with that survey link, and trying to reach parents to let them know, look, we want to hear from you. And also the district's website just very, I think loudly asked for that information and directed people to the CCS Engage page. And those were the ways that we went and got it.
I know personally I got a number of Parent Square notifications. Do we have any data on who responded to those things, or is that unrelated or unable to track?
I don't have that information on who responded through Parent Square. I might reconvene with Mr. Furr and see if there's any way to track that, but I'm not certain.
And last, this is again a huge undertaking here. We get a lot of feedback. I don't think I've gotten a single email. Maybe you guys. Nobody's emailed me to say you guys are doing a great job. Keep it up. And I didn't hear any speakers mention that tonight. So obviously, most of the information we're getting from the public. Generally speaking, people are going to be talking to us about the way they're individually affected, as they should, right? And a lot of the solutions that folks have presented to us are, all right, leave our neighborhood alone and do what you will elsewhere, which could easily compound into not doing this at all. Can you talk a little bit? I know it's a very vague, broad, big question. Can you talk about the implications of not doing this a little bit? Or a lot of bit, I don't know.
It was helpful to end up on this slide. If you don't do anything, there's going to be big disparities in terms of schools that are not full enough and schools that are very full. And that's why the district approached us. I think on top of that, yes, you will have to build new schools, and you will certainly have to do that. Now, you haven't gotten the funding that you needed to build those schools. And now you're creating a less efficient system with even less distributed utilization. So now you're going to have to build more schools, or at least more classrooms and more expansion to be able to accommodate that. That's a fiscal, there's a large fiscal impact to that. And that's the challenge in public education, and being able to balance that, to be able to provide sufficient facilities in an equitable manner that doesn't cost so much that taxpayers revolt. So that's what you have on the table, in my humble opinion. But that, I think, is what you're looking at. I think that's what the connection between the facility master plan wanted to show, connected to this boundary process, is that you have a lot of needs. And when you total all that up, it's not likely that you're going to be able to get all of the funding that you need for it. So you need to be strategic in how you use your facilities to really maximize that efficiency. That's the challenge.
Anything else? Miss Lindsay?
This is a shot in the dark here. Okay. Would it be possible for you to provide us with showing us what it would look like if we kept Beverly Hills open? And how, because to Rob's point, that's the only scenario that we've gotten, is for Beverly Hills to close. So I'm just wondering, I know the C is the option you recommended. That's obviously the one that everybody was more okay with than the rest.
Yeah.
But I'm just, for us to be able to see, what would that mean? What would that look like if we had that as a potential option? Is that something that we could look at?
Not here tonight.
Obviously.
Certainly, I mean, yeah, of course we could go back and run that scenario. I will caution there's domino effects to that.
I understand.
And I think it would take, maybe reconvening the internal committee to be able to just see, there will be a lot of impacts from that. And it's not just keeping Beverly Hills there and, the existing boundary that it currently serves.
Yeah. I just think that that's one of my personal hesitations.
Yep.
Is the fact that there's been no other option but for that to happen. And so if we could just see what it would be like if we kept it open, and I get the domino effect, totally understand that, but that's just for one area of Concord. I mean, we're talking about an entire district of Cabarrus County. So, I get it's a domino effect, but it's only going to be a domino effect for downtown Concord. So, I'm just asking.
Sure.
Okay.
Miss Sandage?
Ditto. That was what I wanted to ask.
Anything else, board members? Miss Fugel?
So in all the conversations, I think that one piece to keep in mind is that we don't have the crystal ball of what North Carolina is going to do with education. We know, or we can see projections of what Cabarrus County and the growth that we're going to have in this county and serving our students. But I am curious as to how scenario C, or the plan that you all decide on, what that means for your pupils per school and your ADM funding. How does that trickle down to money per school allotments for teachers, support staff? Like, what would that change, if anything, under current North Carolina educational parameters? And then kind of the forethought of what path, you know, does North Carolina take in making sure that the decision that we're making that impacts us for the next 10 years or so is going to be best fit that way too, because funding for your schools is going to come down to your pupil population size. And so is that the best scenario? I'm not sure that I've heard that in any of the conversations.
I'm not sure I fully understand the question. I think related to those potential legislative state level changes, what we did talk about, and I think this was talked about during the facility master plan, was the trend right now is to have smaller class sizes. Smaller class sizes means that you're going to have less capacity because you can't put as many kids into classrooms. And that's going to further exacerbate what you're currently facing. And it's going to require you to be either spending a lot more money to build schools quickly, or it's going to require that you're extremely efficient in having your facilities utilized properly.
You also won't lose funding. Our biggest problem is growth. So as we grow, our funding will increase. So that funding won't be, I'm not going to say it won't be an issue, but we're not going to lose funding because we realign.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you all very much. It's been a pleasure and it's been a long journey. Thank you.
Okay, board members, we'll move to 11.03, our long-range facilities master plan with Dr. Jonathan Bowers.
Yes, sir. Let's dial it up. Unless I touch it, it won't work.
So good evening, board, and thank you again for your patience and your time that you're committed to this realignment process. As you've indicated, and we very clearly understand, this is not an easy process, and we understand that it's not a very easy decision for you to make. So our goal is to continue to make sure that you have the information in front of you to make the best decision as we prepare our district for the future. So I apologize ahead of time for not having this presentation on the board agenda prior to the board, but as of 1:30 this afternoon, we were still making some adjustments to this to make sure that we had the data and the information accurate, so when we present it this evening, we'll be able to see the right information. As soon as this is finished this evening, we will post this presentation for the public to see, and it'll be there for perpetuity. So with no further ado, I'm going to begin this presentation and kind of go over a review of what you've seen throughout the last year. And then I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Bowers, and we will have Mr. Tim Wilder and Mr. Brian Cohen also present as well. Some of the questions that you have asked this evening, we believe we've answered in this presentation. We probably have not covered every scenario, we have not answered every question, but I do believe we've answered some significant questions in this particular presentation that we can move forward with if the board so agrees in the future. Again, we're not asking for any decisions tonight, but we are here to present this presentation to give you some possible solutions to some of the questions you have asked, and also some of the questions that community has asked as well. So what you're going to see here is our long-range facilities master plan. And the outline for this evening are these 4 topics: to review the data and the trends again, to look at the long-term facilities master plan, our phase 1 proposal, and our future phases. So the data and the trends, showing you what you already know, what we have talked a great deal and at a great length about. We know that our county is growing. If you look at the last 10 years, you can see the tremendous growth that has happened in Cabarrus County. And in fact, today we believe we're at 240,141 residents, and that number probably grew in the last 2 hours that we've sat here this evening. But that growth rate is happening, continuing, is going to continue to happen. I've seen projections in up to 300,000 in the next 70 years. So you're going to grow. Make no mistake about it. That is an occurrence that's going to continue to happen. That growth has directly impacted the enrollment of the Cabarrus County schools. We are at 35,279, give or take a few, but we are right around that number, and it's continuing to increase as we speak. We've talked about the future residential developments. We've talked about the single-family homes, the multifamily units, those that are proposed, those that are in permit process, those that are in planning process. That's a reality that's going to continue to happen. And with those homes come children, come students, comes an increase in the population. You've seen this chart over and over again, and I can't fail to emphasize the importance of this chart. The blue shows the brick and mortar capacity we have in the school district. The white and the red show the mobile units. That straight yellow line is where we are this year, and you can see in the next 2 years we're out of brick and mortar space. In about 4 years after that, we are out of space altogether. We can't mobile unit our way out of this because we don't have the space to do that. It's not the safest option. We don't have the space, and it's also very costly. So what this tells us is we must do something. Some of the other things that I want to highlight here and present to the board, and I want to ask everyone, both at the board level, at the community level, and everyone that works within the district, this is not a single issue realignment. It is not a single issue problem. It is a multifaceted issue that concerns every school in the district. Our plan from the get-go, once we did the master facilities plan, was that we would address the needs as best we can in terms of deferred maintenance and deficiencies across the district. So this is not just impacting one school, this is impacting 45 schools, 35,000 students, 240,000 plus residents in Cabarrus County. This is a long-term plan that addresses the needs now and into the future. And I want to highlight that $500 million of deferred maintenance. That is a real live number. That is a situation that we have to continue to deal with. We have to address some of those needs in all of the schools in the district, which is why I want to again emphasize this is a multifaceted plan. It's a realignment, but it's also a master facilities plan for a long-term plan to address the needs of the district over the next 6 to 10 years. When you look at the design capacity, we've talked about this over and over again, what the problem was when we began, what it continues to be, and the fact that we have the mobile unit issue that continues to exist, and what that equates to and how that impacts our students and how that impacts our student learning. We've looked at the facility index. We've looked at the scores of the schools. We've looked at how these decisions have been made long term and how the district has made some very good, well-informed decisions in terms of what they built up to now. There has been much building that has taken place over the last 5 to 6 years. When you look at the district, there are a lot of new schools that exist. Hickory Ridge Elementary, Hickory Ridge High School, Cox Mill High School, Royal Oaks Academy, et cetera, et cetera. A lot of these things have been based on some of the information that you had that Chuck Taylor and his group have put together, and they have been accurate. They have been very well researched, they have been very timely, and they have been very well done in terms of presenting to the board and the decisions we made in terms of the buildings that we've built. So I got to give them a lot of credit for that. We can dispute the actual bottom dollar of what those deficiencies are, the replacement value, but we're not far off. That facility condition index score is a real score that we need to pay attention to long term. And with that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Bowers.
Great, thank you, Dr. Kopicki. And as was mentioned previously, one of the things obviously we have to continue to certainly operate with is that operational efficiency. It's not the only point, it's not the most the greatest indicator to always base decisions off of, but it does allow for you to have a data set or a data piece from which you actually plan moving forward. Using the facility condition indices, obviously that's not the only metric we would ever use, and certainly we recognize that, but it does give us a sense of where might we best position ourselves to identify future projects moving forward, because it has served as a reliable source in the past to be able to prioritize what would be the next movement for a particular school or particular schools, a portfolio of schools. So one of the pieces we share with you tonight when we look at that is that if we were to take our elementary schools across the district, we've identified in elementary schools because we know that's where our greatest need is for additional capacity and additional seats. All of our data points show that right now. And when we look at schools to which we are experiencing some of our most extreme situations from a capacity standpoint, it would be at the elementary level. So using that sort of less as the barometer here and as the baseline, we just look across the board and say, okay, what is that average deferred maintenance cost per student? It starts to give you your first glimpse of operational efficiency and operational readiness here, and where dollars would be spent and what those dollars would come out for a per pupil allocation. If we were to then look at another indicator, that's the average utility cost. Right? These are annual utility costs as we're used to be able to determine or drive some of these reporting figures here. And so when we take these into consideration, the lighting within the building, obviously water, sewer within the building, those things which it costs for us to make sure that we are doing due diligence and also we're being good stewards of the taxpayer's dollar to say how can we continue to operate in the most efficient manner. When we look at that, we start to see two trends emerge. One, in some cases, some of the higher average utility cost per student exist in some of our older facilities. Again, that would make sense. I think most of us know the logic of having an older home and what it would cost to maintain an older home sometimes. But the other thing we also see start to emerge, which does position itself back with realignment, is the average utility cost in some other schools which aren't quite as old. And so those are the ones highlighted or more or less shaded in those gray areas. And what we know about those schools in the gray areas, while they have higher than average costs, is because they're underutilized. Those are schools in which we have capacity. And so lower students in schools that are designed to serve more students obviously creates more cost per student to operate it. And so again, there's a utility measure that certainly, again, it's not the only measure, but it certainly starts to take into consideration. So as we walk through this and we say, okay, what might be some of the schools that are recurring, all right, in multiple data points and in multiple data sets, we then start to now all of a sudden get a sense of where we may give our attention moving forward as we keep in mind what a long-term planning effort looks like. So Beverly Hills, for example, again, just from a data standpoint alone, all right, school, the age of the school itself, when was it built, how many students does it serve, what is the facility condition index? And again, these aren't sole determinants upon which you make any singular decision about a school, but it starts to build out what becomes part of that larger profile, if you will, to help know, okay, this obviously is an area, or it's obviously a facility which warrants attention. So what should that attention be? Another school, Coltrane Webb Elementary School. If we were to take that one, because we saw some of the same data trends emerge there with repeat placement on some of these cost factors, well then we'd say, okay, what's the age of the facility? How many times has it been renovated or had additions added onto it? What is the size of the current facility itself? How many students does it serve? And therefore, what is the facility condition index as well? So again, all pieces of information that come together to say, okay, how do we then create a larger planning effort moving forward for what we know are two of our facilities that quite honestly we want to give attention to. The next thing we have to say when we talk about schools and what they were built for and how they're able to be served, we look at what the projections might be for certain areas, because obviously, mentioned earlier, the piece about utilization, and if we have schools that are underutilized, what that could do from a district standpoint moving forward, and obviously from a utilization piece, we take into consideration now all of a sudden what do student enrollment projections look like for these two communities, not only 5 years out, but 10 years out as well. And so if we see here, there are two different figures that have been more or less shared. One is the boundary projection, and that's the students who live in within what is the current boundary. And then we have another one that is the enrollment projection. The enrollment projection takes into account students that would transfer in and transfer out of that particular school. So if we use those enrollment projections, which historically have been more reliable over time, we see there that for Beverly Hills and Coltrane Webb combined, the total projected student enrollment 5 years out is 750 students for both schools combined. The 10-year projection for students is 762 students. Now we know that those things are not necessarily static and could be fluctuation, but it gives us an idea just from a planning standpoint. How then does that necessarily play into what might need to happen from a facilities master plan or for a long-range planning effort moving forward? Brings us to our facilities master plan. So if we just use some of the data points that we have that has led us up to this point and start to now say, okay, what does it inform us? What does it tell us? What might these figures indicate? We have to think, what is a facilities master plan intended to do? So if you really think about a facilities master plan, at its core, you have two fundamental aspects of it, which is really designed to serve. One, it's being able to position school systems, or organizations for that matter, to be able to adapt to the ever-changing needs of this community. So it's really that strategic, that long-term planning aspect. The other thing too, is reallocating resources based on the district's goals and objectives. Making sure you align your fiscal resources with what are going to be your priorities, and making sure that you're intentional about where they're aligned, such that it positions you to ensure that you're moving in a direction that is mapped with that strategic plan, and also is mapped with the district's core values and principles throughout the future as well. One of the things that Mr. Rich mentioned, and I think it's noteworthy, is here as well, and it bears in mind, the facilities master plan is not something that happens separate or independent of a realignment effort. It happens in tandem. And so to truly capitalize upon and to maximize and to ensure we're doing what's right, again, as we've heard tonight, for not only the school system, but the students we serve within the school system. Creating, again, equitable opportunities. We agree with that, but also first-class facilities and making sure we have that in place for each of our students. State-of-the-art facilities that are designed to keep up with modern instruction and to keep up with some of the wonderful opportunities that we're able to bring to students in an instructional environment. Ensuring our buildings and our schools and our communities are equipped to be able to provide that, because every student deserves that. So when we think about this in scale, we're not only looking at additional schools to be added to our portfolio over the years, we're talking about a deferred maintenance piece to which we can make sure we're giving proper attention to each of our schools and providing and building them to the standards that we know that students deserve. And so this becomes part of that effort as well, to say, let's not just have a realignment, let's look at this alongside what might be a strategic approach to building out a network of schools for the district so that we can continue to flourish and have the success that we have had. And so you see mentioned here the addition of elementary schools into our current school portfolio, while also looking at what would be new high schools as well, and also rebuilds for Central Cabarrus and Northwest Cabarrus. And the important part, once again, as I mentioned, that deferred maintenance piece that does not get lost, because that's where we can say we are now committed to making sure every one of our schools has something to gain by this effort moving forward. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Louder for what this looks like, because as we mentioned at the outset, this is not just merely one phase, this is a multi-phase effort over many years to truly ensure that we're thinking 10 years out down the road, such that realignment doesn't happen on those recurring cycles that Mr. Rich mentioned earlier. So I'll turn it to you.
Thank you. Yes, good evening. Excuse me, been there quite a while. One thing we talked about is our long-range planning, but phase one, you have to do this in phases, obviously. And phase one is going to be to try to capture what needs to be done immediately and what we have funding for from the county immediately. And we do have funding right now for 2 projects that we need to take care of this year, and we can. And with that, right here, you have a proposal that was submitted to you by one of our community groups talking about building a smaller school on the existing sites. And that was building a 500 student school for Beverly Hills Elementary on site. Their cost proposal at that time was about $25 million. That was a 75,000 square foot facility. However, it was done by someone in Atlanta, and they really hadn't had much conversation with them about our program, but we went back and accepted their program for what it was, 75,000 square feet.
Can you speak a little closer to the microphone? I'm sorry.
So in doing so, we also engaged one of our local contractors that has currently just finished 2 elementary schools in the Charlotte area, is currently building one for us, and has just finished the pricing exercise to establish the cost of a school going under construction for their guaranteed maximum price. In doing so, we said, don't want you to change the program, don't want you to change the square footage. What I need you to do is put dollars for the local market on this project based upon this scenario. And in doing so, that cost came to be $30.5 million. which aligns pretty well with what we see in the cost per square foot of our facilities at this present time. So, taking that scenario and that proposal, if we build a Beverly Hills Elementary School with 500 students and a Culture and Web at 500 students, we have a total cost of investment of about $61 million. Now, that would also provide 1,000 seats in the downtown Concord area. As you saw in the previous slide, the growth in that area, or the projections for that area over the next 10 years, does not support the need for 1,000 students in the downtown area. Okay? So, if you're looking at building 1,000 seats, and you're only going to have 750 students over the next 10 years, you basically have spent a large amount of money, to the tune of about $10 million, to build 250 seats that you will not utilize for the next 10 years. And the growth we're seeing, that $10 million can provide 250 seats in another part of this county which desperately needs it for growth. So in doing so, the alternative investment would be to build a replacement school for Beverly Hills and Culture and Web for 750 students at a cost of $50.6 million. That's a savings of about $10 million, 250 less seats, but it aligns with the projections of the students in the downtown area. You say, why 750? 750 is the sweet spot based on North Carolina DPI regulations on class size. Progression through the grade levels requires a certain number of classrooms at kindergarten, first grade, second grade, third and fourth, fifth, and so on. And they're all different. I start out at 18, I drop to 16, I go to 17, I go to 17, I go to 26, I go to 26. It's like, how do I align the number of classrooms to meet that projection? And having about 125 students per grade level is the best denominator when I'm doing the numerator for the number of classrooms I need to keep that alignment as close as possible to 125 students in each classroom level. So, talk about building 2 schools, and this slide says, why is it feasible? You can do anything you want as long as you have enough money. What I should say is, why is it not practical? One, projected enrollment doesn't support 1,000 seats. Administrative staff, counseling staff, clerical support, transportation, child nutrition, all those staffs you see listed here are required at every school. When a school gets below 500 students, it's hard to provide all of that staff full time. They have to share staff. They only have them 2 days a week here, 3 days a week there, 4 hours here, 4 hours there. And it's a very hard thing to do, to give 100% attention to the students. Once you get to a program of about 750, you can support all those resources in one school, and you're not paying for it twice to have 2 separate schools to operate simultaneously. So, if you choose to close either Beverly Hills or Culture and Web, in doing so, this North Carolina DPI has certain requirements that they ask you to do to analyze that. And believe it or not, they provide a form, and the name of this form is called The Cost and Feasibility of Renovating or Replacing Old School Buildings. I was like, wow. Usually a DPI form has so many acronyms, you have to look it up to find out what the damn form's for. But this was pretty plain what this form is for, okay? It pretty much tells you this is what you should use to analyze the scenario. And in doing so, it gives you 8 categories, and under analyzing the building, it gives you 8 categories. And each category is assigned a number of points based upon the condition of that building at any given time. And it also gives you a description of what that point system should be. And we have gone through this with all of our staff, and it included folks from our maintenance staff and as well as construction. And we scored this out. Beverly Hills building scored 4 out of 26 possible points. Per DPI, a score of 12 or less indicate it is a poor feasibility for renovation. Okay? Also has the same type of analysis for site, and they only have 7 categories there, and you only can get 14 points. But when you look at this site based upon the topography, the conditions of the site, what you have to deal with, and how big the site is, and all those sort of things, it only scores 7 out of a possible 14 points. For DPI, a score of 7 or less indicates it be a poor site for reconstruction on site. Now, if the building feasibility scores are 12 or less, and or feasibility scores for the site are 7 or less, no further analysis is required by DPI. And replacement of these buildings should be considered. I didn't highlight that and make it bold for emphasis just because I feel like it's a good idea. That's exactly the way it's written in the form. Due to the limitations on this site at Beverly Hills, all previous assessments have supported the site as not suitable for a school as large as 750 students. It is barely capable of building a school for 500, and it can only be do so with a major amount of retaining walls and grading on that site to be able to accommodate a footprint of that size. Both aging facilities at Beverly Hills and Culture and Webb need to be replaced. Now, here's our proposal. You say, well, if I move out of Beverly Hills, what are you going to do with it? Here's what we're going to do. We intend to demolish all the older buildings on campus, replace that with a state-of-the-art pre-K center. That facility would fit on the existing site as a much smaller footprint, much less. It would only be 150 to 250 students. And it will redevelop the existing playfields into a pocket community park. Because right now that playground and playfields are so removed from the existing school that handicap accessibility is non-existent, and normal accessibility is bad at best. It's a terrible place to go down the hill. So therefore, we would separate those two, provide the playground as a district park to the City of Concord for them to maintain and use as a community pocket park as part of this process. So how does that line with our strategic plan? The pre-K center on the existing site will fulfill the needs of the early childhood development education and aligns with strategic plan priority number 4. Redeveloping the playground to a local park enhances the neighborhood and aligns with strategic plan 6, priority 6. So, keeping an early childhood development center on site respects the historical roots of that site. That site was donated to the City of Concord Graded School District in 1950 by the developer to build a school on for the school kids of the City of Concord. If the project would begin this year, which we have funding to do, it will open in the fall of 2026. As you can see how it lines on the site and how it fits within the existing site on the area there. The entrance would realign with the exit, currently the exit of the cars and buses. That would be the new entrance. Then we would have stacking distance within the site to allow kids to be dropped off at the front of the pre-K center, and then they would circle around and exit back out through that same drive. Currently we have very, very little stacking distance on campus. We also have a conflict with buses and cars and everything else associated with in and out as buses and cars have to pass each other when they drop off kids at the bottom of the hill. And secondly, the requirements for stacking on site is significantly less for a pre-K center because they don't have to show up at 8:05. They show up at 6 o'clock, 6:30, 7, 8:30. And they drop off kids continuously through that 2-hour period. And in doing so, it does not require the amount of stacking that you would have for a regular elementary school. Here's what the concepts look like. We have just hired a consultant. You just approved us hiring them two school board meetings ago to do a pre-K center for us. And they provided us with these schematics and renderings of a pre-K center that has currently been built by their consultant and what they would look like. Again, as you can see, the center is very fitting within the neighborhood. Looks very similar to the same styles you see at at R. Brown McAllister, if you've been to that site and looked at the new R. Brown McAllister site. Also shows you that we keep the existing 1991 portion of that school building, which at the time it was built, exiting classrooms out to the open was not a big deal. We know that we live in a totally different world today. That is a big deal. But we would utilize that portion of the building for the office space for all the support staff necessary to be able to support the pre-K program throughout the entire district. In our preliminary programming, I was really surprised to understand that I needed 40 offices for all the people, the psychologists and all those sort of things, social workers and all that were part of that program to support the pre-K program in Cabarrus County. And with that, it's easy to look at it in pictures. I'm going to show you what it would look like. This is the entrance in where currently the buses exit. You come in, you go up the hill. That drive would be approximately where the cafeteria of Beverly Hills Elementary School is right now. Pass around the front of the building. The front and drop off of this facility would be approximately where the media center is in Beverly Hills right now. As you can see, the playgrounds are adjacent to the building. They're enclosed as required by federal requirements for a pre-K center. It's around the entire building. That would be your normal drop off in the front of the building. Then we'll circle around again, pass down the hill, like the current building does now, around the building, come around by the 1991 building, and there will be parking there for the supporting staff for the whole program, as that building will remain on the site. That will be the only building on the site that we will keep. That's the 1991 portion. So as you can see, because of the smaller footprint, because of the less need for all the different programs you have in regular elementary school, pre-K center fits there much easier than even a 400, 500, or obviously 700 student elementary school. The next school we want to discuss obviously is Cox Mill Elementary School, and I'm going to let the Director of Construction take it.
So Coach Webb's the next question in all of these proposals that we're presenting to you. In similar fashion, we went through that feasibility analysis formula like we did with Beverly Hills on Coultram Webb. Used the same group of people to vet that proposal and study, and you can see there that Coultram Webb scored 6 out of a possible 26 total points on the building feasibility. Again, with that benchmark of being 12 or less, it indicated poor feasibility for renovations of those buildings on that campus. We also did the same for the site feasibility analysis. It did indicate adequate site feasibility for replacement on site. It did score 8 out of a 14 total possible points. Again, 7 or less is poor site, but if you go 10 or more, that indicates a good site. So we fell in between kind of the site that's not usable and the site that is usable. So just to reiterate again, 12 or less or 7 or less indicates that you should consider replacing those buildings. Again, we realize and understand that there are limitations on this site. However, we've done previous assessments, we've talked to consultants, and we are going to be able to build a 750 student capacity facility on that site that would replace both Coultram Webb and Beverly Hills and align with the enrollment projections over the next 10 years. So as you can see here, this is an existing site analysis that shows an on-site replacement is feasible for this site. Redevelopment of the site will accommodate the 756 students, very similar to the R. Brown model. In fact, we have utilized the R. Brown design as a prototype to put on this site. There have been slight modifications to that to align with some of the constraints on the site, but the overall program of space is the exact same. The biggest thing that this school and this design will provide to the community as a whole is the challenges that it currently faces with queuing and parents lining up on Grove, on Yorktown, on Georgia, anywhere around there that they can queue and line up, that's what they do.
What we have answered with this design and layout is that we've internally been able to capture the 2,400 plus lineal feet that is required by NCDOT and MSTA for internal stacking on this site, getting all of that traffic off of the community roads and not affecting our adjacent neighbors. Again, if this project were to begin this year, we would be able to have that school open and ready for the start of the 2026 school year.
With that, we'll turn it back over to Dr. Pickey. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Tim. So one of the questions we'd like to address now is where does this fit into our long-term capital plan? So what we did after a lot of conversation, looking at a lot of these renditions and plans, we took our capital plan and what you see is what we would propose. 1 and 2 are ongoing right now. The Cabarrus Health Science Institute 10-plex modular and the Opportunity School with plans to be built there next to the PLC. We would then ask replacement for the Beverly Hills Coltrane Web replacement school to start and take place on the Coltrane website, as well as a pre-K center being built at the Beverly Hills Elementary School site. And what we would do is we would take the Mary Frances Wall School and move those students into the Beverly Hills Elementary site. So they would be ready for them to go there. And then the new elementary school for future growth would be built somewhere in the southwest. A new elementary school then would be built also in the northwest section, 5 and 6. And then you can see as we go down forward, some of those plans are things we've had in play for several years, and it's a pretty fluid document. And number 7 would be the replacement of Northwest High School. We believe through some preliminary conversations with some county officials that the funding would come into play this year where we'd be able to build 2 elementary schools and the pre-K center as well as 1, 2 that are already in play, because some of that money has already been assigned. So with their cooperation, and I think their conversation we can have next Monday when we have the joint commissioners meeting, present this plan to the commissioners when they're here next Monday night, and get some input from them, but also see if they support some of these plans from a financial standpoint and talk to them about some of the long-term planning financially. But I do believe that through, again, some preliminary conversations that we would be able to build the Coltrane website, the Southwest Elementary School, the pre-K center Beverly Hills starting this year, as well as completing the projects that we've already started with Cabarrus Health Science Institute and the Opportunity School. So we share this with you, and we're excited about it. We think we have a very good, strong plan. We think we've addressed all the questions that have been asked. But to be honest, I think there are going to be some questions that I don't want to say are unanswerable, but there comes a point in time, as we all know, we have to make a decision because we have to move forward with a lot of the issues that we're dealing with in terms of the growth and the capacity issues that we already have. Doing nothing or putting this off or delaying it is not an answer. It's not something that we can entertain, and I respectfully ask the board to continue to weigh all the information in front of you, continue to ask the questions, but understand that we need a decision to make sure that we move forward the right way. The other thing, in fairness to the county, if we're going to go to the county and ask them to support a master's facilities plan to the tune of $800 million or more, we need to have our plan prepared to go and to be able to say that this is what we'd like to do in 2024, 2026, 2028, and 2030. We believe, and again, I think this is a conversation we can engage in next week with the commissioners, that by 2030 we could be have all of our elementary schools built, have 2 of our high schools built, and with the 3rd one being in the process of being built. So I think within 6 years' time, as long as we get the cooperation of the county and we have a plan and we as a board and a community make a decision, gives the county some guidance, say, okay, they have a plan, they know what they want to do, it makes perfect sense, the realignment it will work, it distributes, I don't like to use that word distributes, but it places our students in the best educational situation possible in the world-class facilities that we've already built, and we continue to invest in our kids and our buildings and our deferred maintenance. Again, I don't want to put words in the county's mouth, but some of the preliminary conversations we've had and some of the information that's been shared with me informally also has plans to invest in deferred maintenance long term over the next 6 years that would put an enormous dent in the issues that we face right now in terms of deficiencies across the district. So I think in the next month or so, we're asking to make a decision on this. Again, have that meeting next week with our county, show them our plan, get some feedback from them on some finances, maybe a little more of a commitment as to what they're thinking, and engage with them so that we can go in as a partnership and make sure that we're all on the same page. But I am completely confident in what we're presenting you tonight that we can do. I am completely confident that the county will support this. I am completely confident this is best for kids. And I'm completely confident this will move the district forward in the right way to address many of the growth and capacity needs that we have. Again, there will be challenges along the way. There will be problems along the way. There will be unanswered questions you're going to ask. And you know as well as I know, we cannot please everybody. We're not going to be able to give everybody what they want. These are hard decisions that we have to make for the betterment of the district and the system itself in Cabarrus County. We have a world-class system. I don't say that flippantly or easily. You have a world-class educational system. An investment like this over the next 5 to 10 years in that system is going to set you up for the future and continue that world-class example that you continue to be the exemplar for everybody, not only in the region or the state, but in the nation. Because I tell everybody, our goal is to be the best school system in the nation. And if you invest in this and invest in this plan, I truly believe that we'll continue to pursue that goal. So I thank you for your time. If there are any questions, you can ask those as soon as Dr. Bowers is done presenting the future phases, which I forgot was on this as well. But I kind of alluded to this, and I forgot. We literally met this afternoon at 1:30 to go over this and add some of the data, and we were talking about the timeline. So I've talked to the timeline, but I'll let Dr. Bowers speak to this. But this is the plan that we would like to put in front of the county, and I do believe we'll get the support that we need from them. So I thank you again for your time, and Dr. Bowers will wrap this up. If any questions, please ask.
Thank you, sir. So once again, this just gives you a sequence of when some of these projects that certainly have been referenced in the capital improvement plan, the long-range facilities master plan, when they might tentatively take place. So you see, the 24, the year itself would indicate the year in which we would certainly hope to have money in hand to be able to begin many of these efforts. So if this were to be phased out over what would be another 8-year planning cycle, you can see 24 of the projects we would hope to begin. 26 then, obviously, moving forward with Northwest Cabarrus High School. We would then have a new elementary school that certainly we would be looking to bring online. And again, the piece to this that is important is that deferred maintenance constantly interwoven throughout each of these planning elements. That's the piece we certainly don't want to lose sight of, because we know that we have to continue to give our attention to where we can best position our students for success in all schools. This now 28 gives you an idea of what projects will certainly be brought online then and how that would sequence out. The 2030 year, you see that would be that new Southeast High School will be brought online with additional deferred maintenance. And then we've even taken a look at 2030 and beyond with what again would be those additional projects we've identified again for that long-term planning effort. Because we know that this will be a continuous and evolving cycle each and every year. So revisiting this is good conversation, because it does make sure that we're aligning what are going to be our efforts with where the needs are for both the district and our community moving forward. And so I will pause there and certainly turn it over for any questions you may have.
Mr. Floyd.
Thank you. I have a few, so bear with me. I'll start with the easiest one here. On your slide showing excuse me, I gotta find this here. On your slide showing your average utility costs for elementary schools, this is, I noticed it looked like Royal Oaks had a 0 bar on it. Yes. Are they solar powered? What's going on?
We didn't.
New
green energy, sir.
Green
Energy, so
yeah.
no. Once again, those are numbers right now that when we pulled this out, we pulled Rosa off without eliminating that, because we just wanted to target what were exclusively elementary schools only. They're a K-8 model, so that's why their number came out.
Okay,
so.
Very good. All right. How does this plan affect the deferred maintenance? I mean, I know you touched on it some. deferred maintenance being a huge issue for us, how would this plan help that compared to other plans?
Oh, yeah, I'm just gonna go to the slide. So as you can see here in 2024, 2026, 2028, and 2030, you'll see the bullet and you'll see deferred maintenance. We know that, again, informally, that roughly that's probably between $30 and $40 million a year in deferred maintenance that we would ask the county. Again, I can't speak for them, but I'm fairly confident that that's about the amount of money we would have deferred maintenance for each of those years. So if you do that over a 6-year period, it's $120 million in deferred maintenance that we would be addressing. And as you build new schools, some of the old deferred maintenance would fall off. So that number would continue to come down and descend. I don't think you're going to get to zero, but I think you're going to make a sufficient dent in the deferred maintenance long term with this plan.
All right, thank you. On the subject of deferred maintenance, we all, I think the whole board got an email about a deferred maintenance presentation on Beverly Hills and some potential discrepancies in that, some projects already completed, some double counted or duplication, some HVAC costs that may or may not be in line. I assume we've looked at that and we can address that.
Yes, sir, we have, as a matter of fact. One of the things, and we can certainly understand how this might look sometimes when folks don't understand exactly what the presentation or the process behind it may be. So in reference to the duplicate projects that are there, once again, when our facilities and maintenance team each year conducts their annual walkthroughs and starts to develop what are going to be those identified needs within the building itself that have to be addressed and placed on any sort of list to which we've identified as a replacement or as a system failure or something just within its life cycle that we have to begin giving attention to because we're nearing what is going to be an expiration date, not too long down the road. They look at the whole system, number one, being placed there, but then they also realize that in any given year, if we cannot receive funding for an HVAC unit per se, let's say for instance we're talking a total cost of what would be $7-8 million for a total HVAC replacement. That would be everything with the internal structures, the internal systems, a total gut and repair within the building itself, which is your most costly endeavor. If they can't get that $8 million, they do have to factor in what would be some of those parts and some of those smaller components of the system to be able to repair to keep it operational. So that's why you might see something of a duplicate nature. So when we say that it might be inferred as duplicate, you may see a HVAC unit, but then you may see a chiller placed in there as well. Well, we can replace the chiller without having to replace the entire system itself. And so we would report both, not knowing exactly what the county would be in a position to fund in any given year. So I hope that makes sense.
It does, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I meant to ask this earlier. On your projections, don't show a need for 1,000 seats in that area. Does that factor in program choice and evolution of program choice?
Yes, sir.
Or just population?
Yes, if you
Program
look at
choice.
that last capture there, the one that deals with what is going to be the enrollment projection, that factors in transfer ins and transfer out, which counts for program choice within that community.
Okay, I'm almost done, I promise everybody. I know y'all waiting. I don't ask a lot of questions, but you know, when I do. On the subject of deferred maintenance, can the boiler be fixed? If the boiler broke today, can it be fixed, yes or no?
No, sir.
Okay. Is that because they don't make boilers anymore? You have to.
They do not make parts for that boiler.
Okay.
We'd have to completely replace the boiler, all the piping associated with it, and try to make it match up with the capacity necessary to support the school.
How's that boiler doing?
It clacks. That's all I can say. I am not a mechanic, so I don't know.
Okay.
It just clacks.
Okay.
Well, I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be dramatic here.
Well, I've been hearing about that
No,
for years, and I've never actually addressed it or heard it addressed.
It's
so
a good point. I want to drive this point home. And Brian, Tim, and Dr. Bowers, if I'm wrong, please correct me. But if that boiler were to break down now, we can't fix it. So we would have to move those students somewhere else. There's not an option to fix that. If it breaks, it's done. So that's how serious that situation is over there. And it's a great question that you asked.
Thank you. Two more here. So the site score and the building scores on the, I forget, but the appropriately named form from DPI. Yes, Can we see a breakdown of what went into that score? I'm kind of surprised that there was only a 1 point difference from one site to the next.
Yes, sir.
Oh, you have that now? Oh.
I have the one for Beverly Hills.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry.
That's not your fault, Mike. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some of the categories, if you don't have what they consider to be adequate, you get 0 points. So
Yeah.
it really falls off the mark pretty quickly if you
Okay.
can't give 0 points in 4 categories.
And this would be something everybody could get their eyes on if
Yes.
they wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. And then what about staff, support staff, principal, custodians, librarians?
So
What
I'll
are we
be very
talking about here?
Yep, I'll be very
Frankly.
clear. I'll be very clear about that. This realignment process does not cost any jobs or any positions. Everybody will still maintain a position and be employed. Now, if the board approves our plan, clearly they're going to have to move schools. But even when you approve the realignment plan, okay, if you take the whole Beverly Hills, all this out of it, based on some of the shifting that some of our students are going to do, you're going to move teachers. It's just common sense that some of the populations will go up, some will level off, some may decrease, but so you're going to have some shift in allotments. We are prepared for that. I've been working with Dr. Williams and Mr. Penn on that, so we have a plan. When you say go, we're ready to roll in terms of how that would play out. And we'll work the communication process out, but no jobs will be eliminated in this process.
And what you've talked about, we can budget for, as you stated.
Say that
we can-
again?
We can budget for this.
For
a preschool
Absolutely.
project
So
in this.
what we're going to ask the county.
I know you already touched on it, I just want to
Yeah,
make sure everybody understands.
that's a great question. What we're going to ask the county Monday night is, they've already budgeted $11 million for the Mary Frances Wall plan, okay? So the original capital plan, if you remember, was to take the Mary Frances Wall students and put them in the old R. Brown McAllister building. Use the $11 million, reconfigure and refurbish the Mary Frances Wall building and make that the new center. Well, as this has been a very fluid situation over the last 14 months, as we started to talk a little bit, it makes perfect sense, and I think Tim said it eloquently, we've heard the community. We want the Beverly Hills area to maintain an educational footprint in the district. And we thought that putting the pre-K center was the best use of that facility because, as we pointed out in the data and the evidence that's stated and shown, we can't build a school to the size we need it to be. It doesn't make economical sense. And frankly, it doesn't make educational sense. But it does make great sense to take that site, build a pre-K center, ask the county they've already awarded the $11 million to us for the Mary Frances Wall Center to be refurbished at R. Brown McAllister. All we need them to do is by consensus or by agreement to say, you can use that money to build a pre-K center at Beverly Hills. They say, yes, we already have the money to build it. So it's not new money, it's money that already exists. The R. Brown McAllister building would be the swing site for the Coltrane Webb kids to go to in the 2-year period that we would be building the Coltrane Webb Beverly Hills Replacement School. As we said from the beginning, we stated we would do that, and that is our plan.
And the park is
The
included
park,
in that?
that it would include the park as well, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to say thank you. You guys have spent a lot of time. You spent a lot of time with me. I'm sure you spent a lot of time with everybody. And it's not popular fun time. And I just really appreciate it. And I'm talking a lot of hours at all hours and days and everything. So thank you so much for everything so far.
Mr. Wald.
Yeah, I guess I'd also like to recognize the work that went into it. I appreciate looking at options. Again, something that stands out to me and the projects that are important to me. You've taken 2 projects that I think were very important, that being the auditoriums and 2 of our middle schools that don't have any off that list, and I'm not particularly happy with that, but why is the reasoning for that?
Well, right now we've asked for that, I believe over the last, I know I've asked for the 2 years we've been here, and I believe you've asked for it in the previous capital plans as well, and it has not been funded. And because of the other needs that exist right now, due to the capacity issues, the growth issues, and obviously this realignment master facilities plan, there are more pressing needs right now than those 2 auditoriums. Not to negate or say that those schools don't deserve those or that we will stop asking for them. And that's obviously a request we could look into down the road. But right now, the plan that we have in place are the priority needs that we need to address the most pressing needs in the district.
Okay, part of that is growth, and we have a new elementary school in the southwest. Where is that going, and what schools is that relieving?
Let Brian Cohen.
Yes, we have a letter of intent on some property in the Harrisburg area off of Robinson Church Road that we're doing some due diligence work on right now.
Okay, so that relieves what schools?
Yeah, I mean,
So if we put a school in the southern end of the district, we would be relieving the Hickory Ridge area schools, the Harrisburg area schools, and the potential growth that exists down in that area. That's one of the hot areas that shows a lot of the growth. So that's why we put it there.
And then that goes back again to the redistricting plan and what are the capacities of those schools, and what does the current plan have for that reliever for that? So again, a lot of dominoes that fall for these things.
Well, again, what we must understand is, again, it's a two-pronged process, right? It's a realignment and a master facilities plan. They go hand in hand because the master facilities plan helps us address the growth. And what we've done is we've looked at this over the last 12 to 14 months is where is the growth the most significant in the district? Where are the housing permits? That's why we showed you at the beginning 8,000 single homes and 16,000 multifamily units. We know where they're going to be built. We know where they've been proposed. We know what's been permanent. We know what's been approved. So by just using that information and watch where the growth occurs, we know the logical sense where to put the schools, northwest, south, and probably somewhere in the center of the district, also rebuilding Coltrane Webb and Beverly Hills School on site. So by addressing those areas, we're addressing the high growth areas, and we'll be able to realign appropriately while the growth occurs.
But we're waiting 2 years to hit the northwest area instead of making that a priority for growth as well?
Well, I think right now, because we have the land in the south area, pretty much, we believe we're going to achieve the purchasing of that land. That makes common sense to grab that first. And I do think the number one priority above all else is the Coltrane Webb Beverly Hills replacement school should be the number one school built first. And then I think because we have the land in the southern part, that would make the most sense. We are still looking for land in the northwest area. We have not achieved that yet, but the intent is to build a school in the northwest part as well.
Okay. Yeah, I see some of the things where you said boundaries, but the whole point of the redistricting plan is utilization. So you can move the line and increase the population if that's the problem. If we're saying, there's not enough kids to fill it, well, that's what the line is, or you add programs and that fills it as well. And again, it doesn't, I don't know. The thing that sticks with me right now is, we talk about the facilities and we talk about conditions but we're not talking about the academics and the success of the students there, and that really is one of our primary focuses, and it's doing well. It's showing growth. We've got staff members that have said some pretty amazing things about what's going on at these schools, and we granted it can come back, but you spend a lot of effort, a lot of time on some successful schools that are options that are running well. And to mess that up because of a capacity thing is, well, I don't know if we're focused on our priority, which is the individual student success.
Well, I would disagree with that vehemently. That the students are the number one priority always. That's been my focus my entire career. I'm child-centered. I'm here for kids.
And it's not an insult to you or anything. I'm just saying you've got successful kids now that are showing growth year after year at that school.
Right.
So, and then same thing for Culture Web.
So to that point, I am not taking it as an insult, but I just want to be very clear that I am for kids, advocate for kids, will always be for kids. That building does not represent the success of the students. The reason why those kids are successful is because of a multifaceted approach to a lot of different things. And I would argue that you have great teachers taking place in that facility that is producing great kids, along with great parents and great communities. The parents will continue to support their students as they have. We will build a first-class, world-class facility that they deserve. And to be frank with you, Beverly Hills Elementary School, and I don't say this easily, and there's a lot of emotion to this, I'm not naive to that. That building is not a long-term safe option for kids to be in. There are too many things wrong with that building that we cannot address long-term. It would be too costly. So
I think we all agree with that. It's do we replace it or we don't.
Well, and then that's going to be a board decision, but I think we have proven the economic sense to why we were making our proposal. And I think we owe a responsibility to the taxpayers to do the best thing with the money. And if you're going to come off build a school two small schools, it doesn't make as much financial sense. And the money that you would lose long-term on the duplication services, you're probably between $1 million to $2 million a year on the duplication services. You do it over 10 years, do that over 20 years, you're talking 10, $20 million.
Right, we have that, we do have that now.
That you could, well, but that, well, we're gonna eliminate some of that, and that then could be used to address some of deferred maintenance. To your point, to address some of the academic things that we need in the school system, and better use of the funds that we're allotted to by the taxpayers. We have a responsibility to taxpayers, but that is not a feasible site. We're giving you the data, we're giving you the evidence. This is not our rules. These are DPI's rules. We're going by those rules. We're answering the questions people are asking. It's not a feasible site. We can't. It's not an emotional decision. It's got to be a factual decision.
I appreciate the frank discussion, and I think that's
no, and
that's,
I do
that's
as
a good
well.
thing.
I do as well. And
Thank you.
I appreciate your insight. So thank you.
Ms. Sandich.
Mine's a little frank too, so I'm sorry from
No, don't
the
apologize.
beginning. I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the time that has been spent. I do agree with what's been said across this board. This is a very difficult decision, and we were elected by many of the taxpayers who are wanting us to make the right decision, and I understand their concerns as well. That being said, I saw remnants or some of this presentation on the 5th. I am very concerned that we are just discussing it and putting it in front of the public today, and then they didn't have a way to consume it prior to today's meeting and prior to public comments. That's the only comment I want to make. Thank you.
Mr. Treadaway? No. Ms. Lindsay?
So I'm going to kind of change subject a little bit with it. What would be the breakdown? So we have a pre-K that we're building, let's just say. What's the income from that? Because, I mean, we keep talking about what money we're going to pay and pay and pay. So this should be some kind of revenue to the school system. So I'm just interested in how much that would be by having this pre-K there.
Right now, my discussions with Ms. Wenzel that we currently charge $125 per week per student at our Mary Frances Wallace School for those that are tuition-bearing students. So we would charge the same amount there.
So 125.
Right. As I stand here today, now things could change in 2 years, but as I stand here, that's what we're charging right now.
No, that's fair. So Mary Frances Wall has certain qualification, like they have a certain amount of students that they have to have for, you know, for various kids. So I know one of the conversations that I've had with people is like, look, I'll pay to send my kid to Mary Frances Wall, but there's not availability in that capacity.
Right.
So will those same stipulations be for this pre-K, or is it just pay and come?
So no, this would be the Mary Frances Wall students transferring into this building.
So we're going to have same capacity, same issues with parents not being able to send.
Well, I think the longer long-term plan that's not here is then after 2 years, once you vacate the R. Brown McAllister School, you could then create another preschool there in the center of the district as well. There could be a tuition bearing for all residents in the community.
Would there, and I know y'all have done studies on this because of the potential of it turning into a pre-K, would having a pre-K like right next to another pre-K, is that necessary for that downtown area? Is that going to be something that would get enough kids in to
I would say,
justify it?
as I stand here, yes, I think the need does exist, and I have talked to Mrs. Wentz about the preschool need and could we fill the seats. She has assured me that she could, but again, we would have time to work on that. We'd have literally 2 years to plan that process and work with the county on funding that as becoming another pre-K center. That's fairly center of the district, so it would be a good location too in terms of where you're coming from, north, south, east, and west. Relatively close, yes, but I still think the need would be there, it would exist. It would be a good site for both.
And then I'm just going to make just a general statement regarding the auditoriums and the funding for all of that stuff. And I've mentioned this before. but if we could get some of the companies in Cabarrus County to sponsor these auditoriums or any of these other facilities that need specific things and let them pay for it, and we'll just stick your name on there. I mean, it could be the Eli Lilly Auditorium or whatever the case is. I think that this would be such a much better option. Taxpayers don't have to pay for it. They get their business put on an auditorium, and the kids get what they need. So I'm just going to say that one more time. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Escobar.
Thank you. So I want to say thank you to everyone who's spoken tonight, and including yourselves. And I think it's fair to say that everyone who's in this room right now cares about kids, all of us. And we have to think about all the kids. And I get upset because I care about all the kids. It's not about my kids. This is about 35,000 kids. And so we've talked a lot about numbers tonight, which I'll be honest, sometimes goes over my head. I'm not a numbers person. But I know that the numbers and the work that you do is because you're thinking about kids. So for the rest of us, explain the value of what these numbers would do for our kids, meaning how does this improve education for kids? Going to our strategic plan, the importance of pre-K, how that helps kids, setting them up at 4 years old versus waiting until we get them at 5. Talking about the value of if you're in a building that is safe. I'm really concerned about safety in these schools. I thank the teachers and the people who make these schools feel like home. It's amazing what you do with what you have. But it's not about, I really appreciated the comment tonight about it's not about the building, it's about the people. And so what I think we're so blessed with in this district is that we do have amazing people and staff, and I include that as you guys. So I'm not blindly just taking what you say, because I know you, I've met you, I've spent hours with you, and hours, not in these meetings, but on the phone. So I know everyone who comes in and out of this education center, who dedicates their lives to kids. Maybe they're not a teacher, but I know how much you care. So I just want to talk about how is this best for kids, and how can we help them get the quality education that Cabarrus County is known for.
Yeah. So I think in terms of the older buildings and the newer buildings, I think it's just it's a question of equity, right? It's a question of, does everybody get the same, right? Do we provide the same resources? I always say access to resources and opportunities. Are we providing that same access to the resources and opportunities to all kids? Some of our older buildings are limited that access and those opportunities. So they're not getting what we could deliver with a newer building. And again, a newer building doesn't solve all your problems. It doesn't stop problems from coming to the door. It is about the people. And to your point and all the board members' points, our teachers are incredible. You have the best of the best of the best. And make no mistake about that. They are incredible. They do phenomenal work every day. And Carrie's a fine example of that. And I know she won't mind me saying that she's one of 2,000 plus. And they do incredible work every day. So they're the people that will make the difference, along with the partnership with the parents and the communities. That's what's going to make the difference. But we have to be mindful of the facilities that our students are going in. And to your point, safety is an issue. And I don't need to tell you about some of the safety issues in some of the older buildings. That's real. So I would ask you to remove the emotion again and look at the big picture as to what's happening. Second thing, to your point about the pre-K, the reason why that's important, the more kids we can reach, especially in our at-risk population. Cabarrus County has roughly 14,000 students 0 to 5. So if you break that down over each year, it's about 25 to 2,900 students. The more kids we can get at year 4, the more at-risk kids, if you think about it, if you have a child at year 4, year 5, you have them for 2 years before they hit first grade, which is when you really start to ramp up the instruction of reading, where kids start to, between 0 month and the 10th month in first grade. We obviously have 1.2, 1.4, 1.6, whatever it may be, as to when they learn to read, when the light bulb clicks, right? And they all come at different levels, but first grade's that key area. But if you can address a lot of the socioeconomic needs, some of the at-risk needs, some of the mental health needs, some of the social-emotional needs of the kids and get them in the schools earlier, we have the resources and the talent with the adults here, our teachers, to help those kids be successful. And why that's important is, as you all know, at the end of 3rd grade, the research is very clear, from this floor to the sky, that if a child is at grade level at the end of 3rd grade, if they read at grade level at the end of 3rd grade, the research is clear that their chances for success in life are incredible. Doesn't matter what they pursue, a welding career, a carpentry career, a mechanical career, armed forces, college, whatever it may be, their own business, entrepreneurship, they will be successful because they have the ability to read, okay, and decode information and all those things that go with it. Conversely, if the research is also very clear that at the end of 3rd grade, if they're behind where they're supposed to be, if they're not at grade level, their chances of a very traumatic, stressful, difficult life are great. That includes drugs, alcohol, crime, jail, broken relationships, just a very difficult life. So it's important that we can try and reach out to Cabarrus County and say, where are those kids and how can we get them into our system? And I think a lot of the industry, both the private and the public industries in our area, do a good job of that. But I think we have a responsibility to get as many of those at-risk kids as we can in our system earlier so that I can put them in front of the excellence that exists in the teachers that are here.
Mr. Treadaway.
I have a question and then a few comments, but one piece of the puzzle that I know we've talked about, but I didn't hear it tonight, is the Glenn Center. If you could maybe just talk about how that plugs into this plan.
Yeah, long term, our goal would be to remove everybody from the Glenn Center. So the Opportunity School has already been approved, and Dr. Bowers, Mr. Lauder, Mr. Corner are working on that plan to put that next to the PLC. That's in play right now. So they'll be removed from the Glenn Center. Then the auxiliary services offices that are there, we would like to move those to the old where the Mary Frances Ball sits now. So when they move out, we would move those off, that become like an office area. Also, any of the office space that would be available potentially in the pre-K center at Beverly Hills, with keeping the remaining older section there for office space, would be a potential place as well. That would then leave the Glenn Center empty, and that would then be a county decision, is my understanding, as to what to do with that building.
Thank you. And I just want to remind my colleagues that when we started this process, Mr. Tim Furr and I were over there, and we said if anything delays this process, it's probably going to be the board. We cannot delay this process. We cannot. I met folks at the community meetings that are waiting on our decision to buy a home.
It's true.
And that's not even the start of it. Bus routes, there's just so many things, staffing, everything else. We cannot delay this process, or we are not being fair to anyone. The other thing I want to say is, and forgive me, but I'm going to put on my former principal hat. I know what it's like to be a principal in a school that's in purgatory, and that's exactly where Beverly Hills and Coltrane Webb and our older schools are right now. We're afraid to put big money into them because we don't know what the future's going to be for them. That's not fair to our kids. I also know what's going to happen if we don't do anything. We have made a decision. We're going to start doing things like capping again because we are maxed out. We have always had mobile units as our trump card. We don't have that anymore. How long does it take to build an elementary, middle, or high school right now?
Elementary school takes approximately 2 years. The middle school about 2.5, and high school about 3 years, give or take.
If you look at the charts, it's obvious. We have got to move. I've seen kids at Mount Pleasant Middle School get off a bus from Plaza Road Extension They could see Mecklenburg County from their house. Now, we've talked about mental health of our students and redistricting. That kid was redistricted and did nothing wrong and had no idea. I had to give parents directions to pick up their kid. They didn't even know where the school was located. When we have these crazy feeder patterns, we are redistricting kids every year. They may go to a school, look around in their classroom and not see a friendly face because we are so disjointed now. So my point is, to a kid, school is life. It's not a place you go to. It is life. We have got to start looking at things from a kid perspective. These are hard decisions. But we've got 35,000 kids that right now are in a dysfunctional feeder pattern. And so we are literally you call it whatever you want to that kid, they're being redistricted. We have got to get these things aligned so that they're going with their feeder pattern with their peers every year. I apologize for preaching, but this is important to me. And not making a decision is making a decision. That we're going to continue doing what we've been doing, and we know what we're doing now does not work. I just hope that we have the gumption and the grace to do what needs to be done in the next month.
Okay. I just want to say thank you again to the team. I can't imagine how much time and energy that you've put into this. You come to our board meetings 2 times a month, and the community sees us 2 times a month in these meetings. But what has been going on for a year behind the scenes is very evident in what you did tonight. And you looked at all of the variables of what our county needs, not just one area. You've listened to the community. You've tried to make alterations to the plans. And I just think I really am proud to be a part of this team. So thank you very much.
And before we step away, I just want to recognize Phil Furr and Francis Lane, because they too were 2 huge components of this team as well, as was the entire cabinet. And a special lot of grace and gratitude to our principals, because they put a lot of time and effort into this as well. But mostly what I want to say to all of you that are in front of me this evening is thank you, because you had the courage a year ago to put this process in place. Well, I appreciate and I'm very thankful for the kind words you exhibit to us and the work that we put into this. It's what you hired us to do, and we don't take that responsibility lightly. But I want to say to you that we respect all of you that sit there on that board. We understand the decision that's at your feet. We can only give you the information and make the recommendation. We ultimately understand that you have to make the decision. We respect that. We appreciate the feedback that you provided to us. We appreciate the questions you have asked us. We appreciate the passion and the emotion that you have shown and demonstrated. And I will say this to our entire community. While you're saying to us, thank you for the time we put into it, you don't get paid nearly as much as we do, and you put every bit as much time into this as well. So I really thank you, because the people don't see the work that you put in, the time you spent in meetings, the time you stepped away from work to meet with us in 2x2s, the phone calls that we've made to you to ask you questions, the various meetings that we've had to ask you questions and get input, the time that I've seen you out to community meetings and out in the community advocating for this, or attending different meetings at whatever it may be. So I appreciate the work you've done too, because I would say to our community, it's been a team effort. We don't claim all the responsibility that we've done all the work here. This has been a total collaborative team effort, and I commend the board for this, because you have been a viable, strong part of this, and it's been a partnership, and we really appreciate and respect your work, and more importantly, we respect the decision that you're about to make. We don't take that for granted. We appreciate you, so thank you very much.
Okay, I think Ms. Sandage wants to ask another question.
To the point that was just made about the holdup being with the Board of Education, I just want to ask, say we approve what's been presented to us today, and the county says no. To a lot of our acts relies on what the county allows for us to do and how much they fund of this. Mm-hmm. So could that be a holdup as well? And what are your thoughts about hearing that out loud?
That's a great question you ask. I'm confident that the plan that we put in front of you today will be supported by the county. And if the county says no to us or stalls on this, it'd be every bit as devastating as if the board delayed it. You can't, I'm gonna say this, I mean, I know anything's possible. You cannot delay this, because it will cripple this district if we delay this. The time is now. And I fully believe the county will support our plan, and we'll move forward, which is why we're having the joint meeting next week, and we can ask those questions of them. We'll get more clarity and more confirmation around what they plan and what they can do. But I appreciate the question. It's a great question.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will move to 12.01, our consent agenda. Board members, this is the consent agenda that we approved at our work session last week. Is there any discussion about any of the items on our consent agenda? Okay, I need a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Escobar, a second by Ms. Lindsay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The items are approved. We will move to 13.01, policies for approval on first read. These were policies that were asked to be put on action. We have Dr. Sandy Ward to the podium. Good evening.
Dr. Ward, please be patient for a moment. I apologize ahead of time for this. Mr. Middlebrooks, we say first read on this, but this would actually be the second read, correct?
Yes, this is actually, if you vote to approve any of these policies, it is the vote to approve.
Do we need to change the motion as it's written on the subject there, or no?
You don't, because we've just explained it.
Thank you, sir. This is Dr. Ward.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Kopicki, Ms. Fugel. It's been a very momentous night. Lots of discussion going on, lots of emotion, lots of facts and figures. My presentation is pretty simple this evening, I'm hoping. I have 5 policies that we have discussed last week. I'm bringing them back for your approval. I received a question last time, and we sent that through your weekly board notes. And so, are there any other questions?
Why is it second read again? Yeah, these came before the board at its work session last week, all of these policies.
Okay.
And various members, including you and Ms. Lindsay, asked that they not be put on consent agenda, but they'd be put on the action agenda because you wanted more discussion. But because they were presented to the board last week,
We do that every month. We present something, we vote on it the following week.
That's right. That's
as a
exactly
first,
what we're doing
as
here.
a first read. We don't change it from first read to a second read in a week.
Well,
That's not how we've operated.
I think I think the terminology confused somebody, maybe me. But under your policy development policy, you present it at the work session, and then you can, at a subsequent meeting, which is usually the very next meeting, you actually approve it.
That has not been our tradition. Our tradition is to give a first read a month for people to digest that, come back, and then it gets implemented the second month.
I'll defer to what the board tells Dr. Kopicki and I to do on this.
I would just like to know, are there any other questions about these policies? Does any board member have any questions? Ms. Lindsay?
So I know that in the questions that I had gone back and forth with Dr. I just made you a doctor, our board attorney, regarding the, what number was that, 6402, he stated that this policy does not require us per mandate to state that 10% of goods and services have to be used for minority-owned, female-owned, disabled-owned businesses. Right?
That's a little bit too simple. The question that I was asked was, is there a legal mandate for 10% for purchasing goods and services? And I said, no, there's not a legal mandate.
The law says it is the policy of the state to promote that, but it's not legally required for goods and services. It is legally required by state law for building projects.
Okay. One more.
So what exactly are you asking for now that you have that clarification?
Well, I mean, I'm not gonna beat a dead horse here. I already know. I'm sorry. I mean, y'all know how I feel about this, and my opinion, it's discriminatory. I don't like this policy. I'm not going to vote for it, just in all honesty. I did have some other question about 3210 per discussion with the board chair. I had asked that either I or any of the board members who would like to come with me go to the high school libraries. And because that is not in policy 3210, she asked that I make a statement or would like to add that to that policy. I'm not really sure, but I was instructed that in order for us to go to the high school libraries, because that's not part of policy 3210, that we would need to add that. So I'm not really sure exactly how that would work, other than the fact that I would like to have the opportunity as a board member and my other fellow board members, if we wanted to go to one of the high school libraries to see what books are in the school system, that we would be able to do that.
So are these books not inventoried?
Yeah.
Are they not on a computer?
On our Destiny system?
Oh, they are on our Destiny system. I don't know if you recall a few weeks ago, we were told that there was a book that was in West Cabarrus High School.
By a speaker?
By a speaker, yes. Book was not in Destiny. Still to this, still right now, has not shown at all any proof that that book was ever there at West Cabarrus. So yes, we do have Destiny as part of our system, but one of the things that it brought to mind was, with potential to have other books that are in the library that aren't in the Destiny system, should we maybe go and take a look and make sure?
Mr. Treadaway.
Wouldn't that be in violation of the committee's work that you chaired?
I was fired from the committee. So, and the reason I was fired from the committee was because I didn't agree with the way that this policy was written. So that doesn't negate the idea that I still think that there needs to be more changes to this policy.
But it is not a part of that policy.
It's not. That's what I'm asking for currently, is to see what we could do to add that. So as a board member, if I felt necessary, or anybody that wants to come with me, if we wanted to go to the libraries, we could do so.
So, Gil, because this is, the motion that is on the table is for us to actually give these on a vote for second read. She's asking for something to be added. Would that not need to be voted on by the board?
Yes, I don't think there's been a motion put on the floor yet that they be approved yet. But at any point in time during the policy consideration process, the board has the option to approve, reject, amend, or send it back to the policy committee.
Ms. Escobar.
Just to clarify our role, as a school board members, it's not our job to do the job that we pay people to do. So, I mean, we have media specialists who have master's degrees in library studies who work in our schools. So I don't understand why we would add to a policy that I got to go to the school and look up the books. That doesn't make any sense to me. So, you know, I want to respect the professionals that that work in our schools, and so you need to be careful about what you put in these policies are our values, and if we're saying we don't trust the people who work on our schools, that's a huge problem for me. So I would never support anything that would undermine the wonderful people that work for our school system.
So point of clarification, I'm not saying that anybody has to go. I'm saying that it seems like without me adding this to this policy, I'm not able to go to any of the libraries and do a tour of my own. And it certainly isn't that I don't respect our staff, because I do. But the reason that we put all of this into place initially was because of material that was found in the school system that didn't belong there. So it's not a matter of me not trusting someone, other than me being in a position that I was hired by the people of this community to make sure that certain things are being done correctly and appropriately. It's not in any way to hurt anybody's feelings or to make them feel less than. I'm getting information from the community regarding material that is still in the school system, and I can't just let that go. I have to try and figure out how we can fix that. And if it's not in this policy, then it can be in another policy. I'm only bringing it up for this policy because that's what I was directed to do by the board chair. If we need to table this for another discussion, or if we need to put it in something else, that's completely fine. All I wanted to do was go to the library.
So what prevents you from going to the library?
The board.
The policy.
The policy.
The policy is board members are encouraged to visit schools in order to inform themselves and gain a clearer understanding of the daily operation of the system. Board members should 1, coordinate the school visit with the school principal, 2, notify the superintendent's office of an intent to visit the school, and 3, follow all procedures established for visitors to schools. Policy questions arising from such visits should be directed to the superintendent. That's all it says.
Well, and
It doesn't say.
Listen, I'm telling you what I was instructed to do regarding this in order to be able to go to the libraries. So
I would like to clarify, your request was to go into libraries and look for books, which to me is not part of what Rob is talking about. Your email said that you wanted to go and inspect books, which I don't feel like. I feel like, Pam, that is not part of our responsibility. And the process that we went through for 8 months with this policy states how people go through an objection to instructional material, and it's given to the parent to be able to do that inspection and to object to instructional material, and there's a process for that. So I don't understand why you would override what we put into policy. And whether or not you approved it, it was approved by this board as a full board, which means that it is policy.
right, it's policy, but policy is always subject to discussion and change, and this was brought up to us for discussion and potential change or whatever we wanted to put in place for it. So that's why I'm discussing it, because I want to, if I am not allowed to go into the library, which according to policy I am, I should be able to look at anything that is in that library.
It also does have that section A that talks about complaints. So you
Right,
gotta follow-
absolutely.
you gotta follow
Yes,
that
if a parent sees a book, but as a board member or an adult, if I see a book that I don't believe is appropriate for the school system, I should have a way to give that information as well. I should be able to say, this is not appropriate. This is not educationally suitable for our children.
Ms. Sandage?
So do we just need to make a motion for a vote, Mr. Middlebrooks? Is that what needs to happen at this point? Oh, I'm trying to clarify based off of Robert's rules. I think we belabored the point enough at this point. Do we need to just make a motion for a vote and then see where that goes? Is that what happens next?
Well, what are we voting on?
We want to add something to the policy.
There's not a motion on the floor.
Okay.
If a board member on 3210 wants to make an amendment to the motion, to the policy draft, they can do so.
Okay.
But
Thank you.
Everything's open right now because nothing has been put on the floor.
So I don't think you need to make a motion on the visiting part. I think that's pretty well established in 2122, as is pointed out. I think the question is, I don't think it's so much the visit as to the intention of the visit. I think that there is a process in place that if there are books that are out there that are questionable or materials that are out there that are questionable, that we go through the policy that was created in 3210 and 3200R, I believe it is, or 3210R, that we use that policy to do that. So I would caution boards that it is not, I do believe that it is not your job to go into libraries and be searching out books that don't belong. But if you saw something, follow the process of the policy. Currently, there have been 2 books brought to my attention I'm informing the board of right now. Over the last month or so, I've had 2 books that have come to my attention. One is called, I believe it's All Boys Are Not Blue. And then the second one, I believe, is called Queer, and I can't remember the subtitle of it. They were brought to my attention. They were not pulled or removed. They're on my desk for review, as policy 3200 states. And if we remember, we went back to this. Give me a moment, please. It's 3200. It does state that it gives the superintendent ultimate responsibility for the removal of both district-wide and school-level instructional materials, and may unilaterally remove any material that is obsolete, outdated, irrelevant, otherwise contravenes this policy or is inconsistent with the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, or does not fulfill the educational goals and objectives of the school district or violates constitutional or other legal rights of the student. So there's some authority in there for me to review some things and look at, but I would still say to folks, I don't think you want one person being the judge and jury in this. I think the best way is to follow the process. And if you see something you don't like, appeal it, put it in front of those appropriate committees to review it, bring it back to the board and give the decision, because ultimately I believe the board makes the ultimate decision if they disagree. So I think there are processes in place that are good right now. I think that's more the issue. Visiting the schools, I have no problem with. I mean, you board members across, every one of our board members have visited schools. I think that's healthy. But it's the intent is we shouldn't be going into libraries to be looking to pull materials. I think the point really is that I don't think that's healthy. I think that's, I'm not saying don't look. If you see something, point it out, and we can take a look at it or fill the process out. Nothing stops the board from filling the process out as well. I think that's the healthier way to go about it, versus going to schools and just saying, and I'm not saying this, but I don't think it would be appropriate for board members going in the library saying, I don't want this or I don't want that there, whatever. I think the process is in place to follow. Does that make sense?
Totally makes sense. Just for the record, I am only doing this because I asked to go to the library and was told that the only way that I could do that would be to put an amendment or ask for a change in policy 3210. So if that's the case and we're going to leave it as is, that's totally fine. But I wanted it also known that I wanted to go and go through the libraries, and this is what I was told that I needed to do in order to make that happen.
I think it's fair to all board members when we're going to go visit first for reasons of such to visit. I think it's good that the whole board knows. I think that's healthy. I think it's good communication.
No, agreed.
So
Totally
the whole board
agree.
knows. So So we know what the reason is. But again, I want to caution, I don't think we should go into the libraries with the intent to remove material or to be looking for material that doesn't belong there. I'll just leave it at that.
All right.
You still have the option to amend the policy though, right?
Well, I can amend the policy, but I already have the right to go into the libraries, right? I mean, Rob read that piece of it, so at this point, I don't really have anything that I need to add to it. Again, this is what I was instructed to do regarding this information and being able to go into the library. So,
Mr. Walter, do you have a question?
Mine's on policy 6230. So the issue, or as a summary of the issue, this policy tries to define school days. We have 15 other policies that talk about school days, and they're all kind of different. This one being the most, one that doesn't make any sense, because the school day here says 12:01 a.m. through 30 minutes after the dismissal bell rings. Well, when that's not really a very good definition of a school day. If it's a definition of a school day from this National School Lunch Act, that's fine. Just refer to the National School Lunch Act. But I think it's confusing when we define it here. We call it 7 hours somewhere else. We call it something else on another policy. And 3300 says the board will approve the length of the school day. So anyway, there's a lot of conflicting things on school days. I don't really like the definition, and that particular policy. I think it adds to confusion. So I'm going to object to it.
Any other questions about any policies, board members? Ms. Escobar.
Just to clarify, this policy is about food and nutrition, and by federal law, we have to do this because our policy has to match up with the federal guidelines so that we can get paid, correct?
That's correct. That's not my objection. My objection would be to refer to the law that defines it and say we're using that definition for this policy, not spelling it out.
Any other questions? So, Dr. Ward, would it be appropriate at this time to take each individual policy and the board vote on them for approval?
Is that what you're like?
Okay, yes, let's do that.
Sure. Do it. You do it.
So we'll start with 1310-4002, parental involvement. So board members, I need a motion to approve this policy as presented.
I'll make that motion to approve.
Have a motion by Ms. Lindsay, a second by Mr. Treadaway. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We'll move to 3210, parental inspection and objection to instructional materials. I need a motion to approve 3210.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Treadaway, a second by Mr. Floyd. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
We'll move to 4720, surveys of students. I need a motion to approve this policy as presented.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Floyd, a second by Mr. Treadaway. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Policy 6402, participation by historically underutilized businesses.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Sandage, a second by Ms. Escobar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
And policy 6230, school meal and competitive food standards. I need a motion to approve this policy as presented.
So moved.
Second.
So I have a motion by Mr. Treadaway, a second by Ms. Escobar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Okay, we will move to 14.01, and I need a motion that our meeting be adjourned.
So moved.
So I have a motion by Ms. Escobar and a second by, oh, okay, Ms. Sandage. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?